Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, excuse me. All right. Hang on. Water? Water. Ah. Alrighty. How am I doing? I am doing a-okay, Bookie. I'm doing all right. I've not done any so we're back to the normal zebra, as you can see here. I've actually figured out like one of the shape keys I was having an issue with like you'll barely notice it like when I'm running my mouth real fast like this or anything like that. Oh, hi, Blue.
I
Hi.
don't care
No,
what gender
goddamn
you
you.
are. Put on the maid outfit.
Here's your cookie, Bookie. Cookie for Bookie, as Blue decides to put me in a fucking maid outfit at the start of the stream. People are going to think I wear these. How dare... You know what? Get shouted out, Blue. get shouted out for your efforts in, like, you know, being a good streamer and doing all kinds of fun nonsense. Look at this. Look at this person. Oh, would you look at that? They're in their Princess Peach outfit.
Karma. And we have Muscular.
This is.
And
hey, Hendrix, thank you for being my #1 fan.
Yeah, they're meant to protect Blue.
Look at Blue being a.
This is one of the Mario parties I play with my ex. Well,
look at Blue.
We get to relive some memories. We're gonna go and consult with the Eldstar
sweet
because
and everything
he's
like that in their Princess Peach outfit. See, Morse agrees. Also, 100% cuteness out of Blue as well. I gotta show off that shit. Hi there, Valkyrie. Welcome back. This is not the default outfit, Valkyrie. Do not be ridiculous.
Send you to Jesus myself.
I want to present to you the cute rating of Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Please don't crash. Look at this. Hands? Hello? Hands? Oh. They decide to crap out on me. Hang on a second. I can fix this. I just need to unplug it and plug it back in. 99%, thank you very much. It's 99%. Where is it? I can bring it back up. I can bring it back. Look at this. Look at this. 999%. There is no other furry VTuber out there with the same level of cuteness as Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. There's no one else. No one comes close. Not myself, not Code, not Scribbly, not Mega, not even Zephora or any of the other cute VTubers. It's all Blue. Look at that. It's Blue. 99% can't possibly be maximum. Yeah, 999%. It's like the maximum. Alrighty, put that away, head back out. Alrighty then. Now then, hopefully, when I move over to this screen, and then I press... There we go, that's pause the music. Alright, so we go straight into the action. I've actually been enjoying this game. I know everyone had like a huge hubbub about it, like it was like, oh, it's a game as a service. It's done by Rocksteady when we really wanted another Arkham game, and we didn't want them, you know, doing a shit Arkham game like they did with Arkham Knight or something like that. This one's actually been fun. Also, Captain Boomerang is in Aussie gear. Look at this. Remember this kind of look? Press 1 if you know if like you understand the reference as to why Captain Boomerang has this kind of color scheme. I want to know how many people can suss that shit out. Hopefully my stream hasn't like just... Hello? Alright, hopefully it's running. I'd be very upsetties if it wasn't. Just knock the mic 2 or 3 more times, maybe then it will catch on. Just sort of be like bam, 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 bam. Wait, hang on. How far behind is it? Sync. Sync. Okay, so it's about 5 seconds behind. Alright. Well, hopefully people won't spoil shit to me that's, you know, sooner than 5 seconds or something like that. Alright, but yeah, so... This has actually been fairly fun. You don't know the reference, Morris? Oh my goodness, Morris, you need to... But yeah, right now this is Captain Boomerang. I know his whole thing... Like, hang on a second, let me just go out into the... So...
Behind the corruption. I know some part of the old Superman must still exist. Please.
So, he has a Speed Force gauntlet for whatever reason, but we can still use shotguns and shit.
Yeah.
And, SMGs.
Who would choose one-trick ponies like you over a stallion?
There's, like, critical reload as a thing. Also, hi there, Valkyrie. Oh, hang on a second. So, Captain Boomerang, thanks to a Speed Force gauntlet, is able to do this.
We need you now more
just like sort of flick in and out from the Speed Force. Then we have Harley Quinn, who has like, you know, an earlier version of the what's the Bat Claw and the Bat Drone. So she like holds onto that and like helps her run up the wall and shit like that.
He's so bloody handsome.
Does it matter?
Yes, it bloody matters. I'm an actual human.
You get like care packages
Orphan drones
up
is
to a
my
certain
kind
level
of
when you break
hands
these
off and
things.
with sweet prizes.
So there's also Deadshot, and he just has like a fucking jetpack. He also stole this jetpack from someone, and he's able to use like assault rifles and sniper rifles.
Guns on this drone, squad. Gonna bring us back some civs.
And then finally King Shark, which we got from Bell Rev. Look at him.
Get used to it.
So he's a demigod. So he just has the power of the ocean.
Save the citizens from the drone. Oh, this is treating them like capital.
So, you know.
Ha! Nothing can stop me.
He's just got like the power of the fucking ocean in him. The power of the ocean is apparently semi-automatic. Oh, that's because he has a gun.
Alright, guys.
He goes for like the heavy
I was
guns.
thinking, now don't get me wrong, doesn't mean I like you. But I was
But
wondering.
yeah, so far, we have taken out the Flash. Also, hi there, Bone. We've taken out the Flash. We've killed Green Lantern. We took his ring and, you know, tried to break a hole in the shield of the whatsamacoozy thing, the giant skull in the sky. And then Superman popped up and stopped that from happening because Superman got turned into, you know, a drone for Brainiac, who is our villain. We end up in another dimension, so we ended up on Earth 2, where Lex Luthor is alive. The Lex Luthor in this universe in this Earth is dead, but the Lex Luthor in Earth 2 is still alive, and we brought him back here to ours. We then captured Wonder Woman died trying to stop Superman, and she couldn't kill him herself. She wanted to try and save him, but it wasn't working.
I think boomerangs.
And so
Human courtship is strange.
So now we've captured Batman. Harley Quinn helped us with that.
Rip off banks.
And we are now going to see what the, like, and because Superman is, like, modified by Brainiac. So the thing is that even if you try and stab him with kryptonite or something like that, he isn't, like, proper dead or anything like that. The Brainiac genes or what have you are doing something to him. So we have Batman, who is also being converted to by Brainiac and shit like that.
Are you ready to wield it?
So now we're trying... So he should now have, like, a DNA sequence of what a Brainiac Legion is. So then that way we can now have an anti-Superman Brainiac weapon, rather than just kryptonite. Oh yeah, that there is the, oh, he's
I have the
himself
tools
up.
to defeat Superman in hand. But are you sure
shave
there's
as
no
well?
other business you wish to see to first?
Oh yeah, he shaved as well. Okay, he used to have, like, long hair and shit.
You have assumed your predecessor's place, like a new god toppling the old from his plinth.
I appreciate the classical outlook, Shark, but he was my contemporary.
Alright, and then over here we have Batman, who is voiced by Kevin Conroy, rest in
For a
peace.
human, your resilience is impressive, Batman.
I'll show you how resilient I am.
But I already know. I just said...
Alrighty, where am I going? Is this it? That looks like gold kryptonite.
Gather up, squad. Luthor made us glow sticks.
Using the mutagenic properties of Brainiac's corruption, I've synthesized a more potent vector for kryptonite radiation.
It's not nacho cheese, don't eat it.
I call this new metamaterial gold kryptonite.
Called it. Because we have gold.
Kryptonite.
because we have gold kryptonite. That was used in Injustice. It's used in the comics. For whatever reason, it's not enough. Like radiation, how you have alpha, beta, and gamma radiation. Apparently with kryptonite, it's gonna have different variants and shit and different intensities.
So, what's the word like tacky but for rich people?
Gauche.
Gauche.
Phantom with the 16
Oh,
month tier
Phantom!
1 sub.
The gold
Hi, cute, small,
kryptonite
adorable
will dampen
bimbo
Superman's
zebra.
abilities.
Hi, Phantom. Thank you
That
for the
should
sub
give
for the
you a
16 months. I
fighting
greatly
chance.
appreciate it. Although I'm not
Hold
cute.
on, hold on,
I am
hold
not
on.
small.
Dampen him. A
Thank you
fighting
so much for the
chance.
sub. You don't have to deal with the
That's it.
advertisements. And you...
The alternative
Hang on.
is he obliterates every atom in your bodies as soon as he sees you.
Oh. All right, fair dues.
Fair dues.
So where are we supposed to do this thing, people?
Actually, I have a suggestion.
Oh yeah, pink kryptonite is weird.
Centennial.
I'm doing all right. So yeah, I'm going through more of Suicide Squad.
Seeing my Superman
Weirdly enough,
broken.
everyone was interested in
For his own
Helldivers
pompous
2,
statue.
which is like very progression, like, and I feel like it's a battle pass thing and everything like that. Everyone is throwing the shit at it. Everyone was gonna say this was gonna be a shit game and shit, but so far it's being like fair, like positively
Wouldn't be the
reviewed on
weirdest shit I
Steam,
ever done in a park.
and I've honestly enjoyed my time on this.
Harley, even you can't be stupid enough to think that you have a chance against Superman.
Our presence alone may not be enough to goad Superman into confronting us.
Know what I'm thinking?
Nope, not a chance. But whatever it is, I'm down.
Is it something violent? With a surrealist quality?
Lex 2, I'm gonna need you to discharge the patient into my care.
What are they going to do?
I'm done with him. Take one of my counterpart's cars. If Batman is going to Superman's funeral, he might as well travel in style.
And they just walk out. No bindings on him and shit. This is not gonna end well. You've been told that Helldiver 2's anti-cheat bypasses all kernel kernels and lets hackers to take over.
Oh, we forgot the... Sorry.
I forgot about the gold kryptonite.
That looks expensive. Let's scream.
That was actually pretty funny. I honestly forgot about the gold kryptonite and all that kind of shit.
Screw this up.
But let me run to each bypasses all kernels and lets hackers to take over your system. Yet when I check, people which said they are playing it. Oh, from what the fuck are they? Serious? This is okay. Like Harley Quinn's is fine because that is like a hair thing people have done when they've wanted healing crystals and shit, but. Harley Quinn and Captain Boomerang are like the only two that I'm like, yes, absolutely. With like how they're using the gold kryptonite and shit, just because they are both like, okay, well, Captain Boomerang is dumb as shit and acts dumb as shit, whereas Harley Quinn acts dumb but is smart. You're gonna, you know, walk and try and find it easier. Look, it's affixed by 2 strips of electrical tape, okay? 2. Yes, very, very secure 2.
Hey, whatever happens next, Waller needs to know we earned those commuted sentences.
Uh-huh. Cool.
Do not contact. Waller. Little update. We're gonna fight Superman. See, I've invented this new meta material. It's called, boomerangium. Yeah. Forget it. It's real technical. Please don't nuke us. Boomerang out.
You're doing what? How the hell? You know what? I don't even want to know. Good goddamn luck.
Hey guys.
Alright, so the mission formats that they've given us so far have been cases of in an area kill a number of enemies, kill a number of enemies in a specific fashion until you can rescue civilians and return them to a bus, and then most recently this one where we escort a vehicle, and if there's like too many enemies around or something like that, then it stops moving and you have to clear them out. Oh hey, big Jesus Christ, $3 for a burger? That's a really big burger. Oh, hang on.
Is forearmed, Task Force X. The SUV will be stalled and vulnerable until you clear the threat.
Boom. Boom. Break them apart. Escort the payload. You would have snagninium? Isn't that like a copywritten vowel thing? Oh, god damn.
Reloading!
Where's the stuff? Oh, it stopped because it's... And... Bunningston? Are you trying to come up with other names that Captain Boomerang could have used that you would have believed? Oh, what the hell shot me? Oh. Oh yeah, there's a revive system. There's a lot of elements of the whole whatsamahoozy. There's a whole number of elements towards the, you know, games as a service, looter shooter, and it still exists and shit. Like, don't get me wrong. But, you know, in the context of, like, you know, those kinds of systems, it's still fun. I just don't like... Oh yeah, these are flash-induced, whatsamahoozy, flash-induced, grunts. Titanium. Bunnings is currently called Hammer Barn because of Bluey. Certain Bunnings in Queensland are called Hammer Barn, thank you very much. They didn't just, you know... They didn't just rename every single one of them for a bit. They've only renamed a few of them.
As we, your pals, approach battle with your greatest hero.
Yeah, Mr. Shark, it's just, it's tough, you know? Good luck, team.
Guess that one's stuck. And I'm nearly dead on, like, health and shit, so that's not good. Or not on health, but on,
What's the big deal about Superman anyway? He's just a metahuman with a weird weakness to minerals. Even you four are weak to minerals. Haha, you're right, Red. We can handle a spaceman.
The difference is that the minerals are from another space, like another planet and shit.
But have fun in your fight.
Poison Ivy was pretty cool. When I get my PS5, I'll get this game thanks to you. Do not... If you're gonna play it, yeah. It'll be fun. I haven't yet done, like, the co-op stuff. I haven't done the co-op stuff yet, and I don't know if this game is going to be better with friends, honestly. But I'm not at the end game content yet. I don't know if that's going to play differently.
Makes it worth the pleasure.
You think you're a team now? You're herd animals, dependent on someone else to survive. Like you, Harkness. An illiterate alcoholic who's desperate for the spotlight.
Yeah, and Floyd's a deadbeat dad. Sharky's a freak who'll never be a real boy, and I'm... What was it? Oh yeah, I never was too bright. Get some new material, jerk off. You know, Joker used to be real good at hurting people with words. But you, boop. Even when you're evil, you're still too good. You had a good run, Brucey. Flying around Gotham, punching bad guys, cleaning up the streets, causing long-term mental and emotional damage to everyone you knew.
Is he gonna wake up and like
It's
start
our
fighting
turn
us
now.
now, or is this actually how we kill
After
him?
all we've been through. Oh. Bet you didn't think it'd be me at the end, huh, Bats?
Are we done with your bad stand-up routine?
Almost. But you always gotta end on your best joke.
That's it? Oh, I guess that's it.
Time for us bad guys to save the world.
Like, that,
Hell of a bat signal. Huh. What's up?
Bats got the last laugh after all. Oh, he would have wanted this. The real Batman, I mean. Remember his inspirational video?
His plan did help overcome Flash and Lantern. Should we have watched the segment on Superman?
What matters now?
Cookie for Phantom!
We're out here making it
Thank you for
work.
the 10 bits, and there's your cookie. Why did you need to escort him to the park bench to kill him? They wanted it done at like the Centennial Park because that was like a approximation of where Superman was last seen, and I think the obvious answer was like, oh, they were going to like have Batman, you know, be killed and what have you, to like get a rise out of Superman or something like that. But thank you for the 100 bits. Damn it.
My high school diploma anymore. I am the smart. I am the smart. I am the smart.
Why do you do this?
I am the smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
Hey guys, we didn't kill anyone in our game. Look, someone at Warner Brothers is like thumbs upping like a lot of Batman related deaths most recently. I don't know whether that's just because of a case of like someone is sick and tired of like Batman being the only DC IP that people feel like is like worth whatever. Oh hey, that's a good looking profile pic. That's a lot nice. It's not like hyper realistic, which I really like. I don't know what's been going off at Warner Brothers because the thing is, it's like, oh, here's Injustice 2 where Batman can be defeated and turned into a Brainiac Superman-ish clone. Then he was killed in fucking Gotham Knights. Then he was killed at the end of Arkham Knight, or you know, disappeared and shit, and we didn't really have a real answer for, you know, the demon bat or what have you, like that. And then meanwhile, you know, he's killed here as well. Like, we've been getting like a lot of like just Batman like not doing well and what. Oh yeah, the Death in the Family DVD adventure. There were so many like alternative options that were ended up with Batman dead rather than Batman alive as well. I don't know who's like deciding on these kinds of things. With this death, however, the death that we just most recently got, it's the most death. It's an death because of the fact of like, oh, we technically kept him alive, so then that way we could like, you know, get the genome and shit and make the gold kryptonite and what have you. But you mentioned Earth 2, so they also introduced the whole multiverse thing, so relatively speaking, every death of character is almost completely irrelevant because they can just find the same character in different dimensions. Multiverses is a bit of a weird thing, because it does open up that can of worms of, oh, if an alternative Earth exists, then all your choices are meaningless and shit. And we've only most recently have been presented Everything Everywhere All at Once's solution, which is the fact, and I subscribe to this, and I think it's a great way of like tackling the multiverse and shit like that. Don't focus on Oh no, I forgot you were streaming. Oh no! How could you have possibly have known if it wasn't for my tweet? My Blue Sky notice. The tweet when I finally went live. The Discord notice. The tweet when I finally gone live. The Blue Sky that I finally went on live. And the Discord message like earlier in the week. Oh no, how could... Anyway. Any whoosies. When it comes to like multiverse stuff, like whenever you hear of like, oh, the infinite possibilities and shit like that, two things you could probably get away with a multiverse. Number one, make it very explicit that the multiverse isn't like, you know, just an excuse for, oh, every choice exists or some shit like that. Instead, make it a case of, oh, we had like radically different options in the past or something like that. That, you know, we now have all these different universes. There isn't a universe for, like, every decision or what have you, because then you just have, like, this near infinity and shit, and no one wants to deal with near infinity. That's way too many things to think about. We can have, like, maybe 150 connections with people, let alone... There's no way we're gonna have, like, 150 connections with Earths. Just have us focus on the first one, and just make it very clear that... whatever other universes exist is not important. It's just ours. And like the only reason we know about Earth 2 is because Brainiac goes to different like universes or multiverses or what have you. So the only reason we knew about Earth 2 was because Brainiac was going from Earth 2 into our Earth because he succeeded like 3 years ago on that Earth or something rather. And the only reason we have like the Earth 2 is because we had Luthor die in our universe, and then we got teleported some weird reason, and we were able to get our Lex Luthor again. There's like moments where I feel like you could have gotten away with like, you know, just, oh, Luthor is still alive kind of thing, but rather than like having him killed by the Flash. It was gruesome seeing him killed by the Flash, let me tell you, because it was just a case of, oh, the Flash like phased his hand into his chest and ripped out his heart. That was gruesome. That was probably like one of the better like villain turned better hero turned villain moments of this thing of like, oh yeah, he's just so fast, he does that kind of thing, and it's like this could have been something he does all the time, and we just have like the general respect that thank Christ heroes don't do that route, because it's very spooky if they do. Anyway, back to Bruce Wayne's / Batman's death. Zeebs, you did it, you hit 50 followers. Yay, good work. I've seen you posting in the I've seen your thing go live in the Discord and such like that. Yeah, good for you. Where was I? Oh yeah, Batman Bruce Wayne's death. I feel like a better way they could have tackled this is have him escape fucking Lex Luthor's lab or some shit like that. And it's like, oh, he's heading to Sentinel Park or some shit like that. Because we had like this, you know, Batman fear thingy-madiggy fight earlier, which was a bit like it was a bit of a bullet fest on like this one major villain or something like that, rather than, you know, Batman being Batman, where it's like, oh, he's jumping all over the place or anything like that. He wasn't like the Flash, where the Flash was going in different locations or anything like that. I feel like with Batman, you could have almost had that kind of fight. They should have given us a mission where it's like we had to run to Sentinel Park because the reason he did that is because Batman was trying to get Clark. He was trying to get Superman. That would have been a much better, like, sequence of events of the case of, like, oh, why is he here in Sentinel Park? And then it comes to the point of, like, oh, it's because Batman was trying to get Superman.
Kryptonite bullets right up his ass!
I don't think that's how we're supposed to.
Oh, there he is.
One of the world's finest heroes. Snuffed out by this.
Mm-hmm. And you're next, asshole.
Sure. You can tell Wonder Woman all about it.
Oh, the fucking boomerang is made of gold.
Not so funny now, is it, dickhead?
Oh. Superman did a little tee-hee. I don't know how I feel about Superman laughing. I don't know how I feel about any, like, the Flash was the only one I was like, oh yeah, laughing is his thing.
I don't think you can afford a setback. You're already on such thin ice. Feeling the chill, Shark? You look a little underdressed.
know you can't outrun this.
Oh, hang on. Damn it.
Can't just set a man on fire.
I could just boil you alive, Shark.
Task Force X, you must counterattack Superman in moments of weakness to flood his system with the gold kryptonite.
You might be the first shark to be killed by one of these.
It's kind of hard to keep an eye on.
Crushed beneath your own gears of war.
I can see
There we go.
Luthor's counter-agent taking effect. Do not let up.
Make a better statue than a god, Shark.
Lex Luthor's material affects the Kryptonian. Continue.
I wish you could see yourselves through my eyes. I really do. But I'd hate to overwhelm you with your own insignificance.
On fire is not a natural state for sharks. Must stay in.
Don't worry, Harley. I'll mail what's left of you back to Arkham.
Asshole flaming. Can't go out now.
It's been a while since I've killed a god. Soon you'll be just
The
another
gold
cat.
kryptonite is greatly weakening him. Weaken him more.
I've survived the death of one planet, and I'll survive the rebirth of this one. But you? No one will remember you. I promise this. Ugh, never liked frozen fish. How did you think this would go, Shark? What's a king to Superman?
Well, technically a
Four
demigod,
of you
so
at your
couldn't
peak,
argue
just
that.
to land a blow on me. With your little toys, your pride. I'm gonna enjoy taking them
You
from
like
you.
the little red.
Yesterday you threw me a
Oh,
parade.
Jesus Christ.
Today you made weapons to kill me. I'm hurt. And now I'm going to hurt you. Gotta say, Boomerang, your forecast is looking pretty grim.
You know, that would have been funny if you had, like, you know, fucking, weather wizard instead of...
I always had a soft spot for people. Your blind loyalty, stubbornness, only a matter of time before you sank, Shark. Nothing personal, Nanaue. Just a predator hunting his prey. Where are you going? I want to negotiate.
Come on. Oh, shit.
Should have kept you in your tank.
Ooh. This is the first time I've lost to a boss fight, so I was not expecting that. Oh yeah, no, and it's Nathan Drake that's doing the thing. We're super dead. Noted. Let me get back to my thingamadiggy. Skip, because we've already seen him die like that, and yeah,
Corpses do keep best on ice. Careful, you'll catch a cold.
The gold kryptonite is affecting him. Endure this war of attrition, comrade.
Oh my god, there's a fucking...
Still mourning Diana.
The Kryptonian's guard is crumbling to our golden poison.
Stopping her bleeding heart. And now I get to shatter you.
There he is.
The Kryptonian's moment of vulnerability is nigh. More kryptonite.
You're trusting Luthor's toys, but he's never been able to stop me. Eyes on me, Shark. Blink and you'll miss it.
Go, Shark. Be faster than the flames.
doesn't work, maybe try begging. A little devotion goes a long way. I've spilled more blood for this world than you could possibly imagine. What's a little more? Commanding Thunder. What do you think of that, Nanaue? Stopped you in your tracks. I wonder, in what world do you survive this? In what reality are you a threat to me? Not this one.
I am a flame! I actually must keep moving to survive!
You might have been villains to Batman, even to Flash and Lantern with their borrowed powers. But to me? Come on.
Oh.
Burn it up! Gotta keep moving to put it out! Finally, some decent firepower. This should do. I'll put this weapon down. On you.
He's almost dead.
All my life, I moved heaven and earth to protect you.
Instant one-liners gonna go. Well, you can have Superman a little camp, and I'm not focusing too much on the one-liners. I'm trying it very hard to stay alive.
Caused by what just occurred. But the immediate issue is the solar energy will strengthen Superman and degrade the gold kryptonite's effect.
Huff and puff, Deadshot. I know it's all bluster, and you're going down.
Oh, god damn it.
I was beaten down.
I should have seen, like, you know, the fact that there was that going off. That was probably a problem.
Awful. Right side? Soon you won't feel anything at all. I'm finally free of the burden of Metropolis. Be thankful your last sight is the real me. Tread lightly, Task Force X.
Superman's resistance waned from the kryptonite! He will be vulnerable soon!
Feeling the chill, Shark? You look a little underdressed. Oh, you're scared, Harley. It's okay. This'll all blow over soon. This is where you run.
Glad I don't have to deal with, like, the robots, like,
Looks
to
like
revive
you
them.
are losing your cool. Let me help. Never liked frozen fish. You're a long way from the water, Shark. Too bad.
Raise Harley to go. I really got his scoop.
Sloppy footwork.
If a protracted battle is your aim, please continue. But the well-timed application of gold kryptonite will be efficacious.
You should be honored.
Goddamn.
How rarely I get to cut loose. I'm gonna savor every second I spend on disassembling.
Uh-oh. That...
The gold kryptonite is penetrating. Let us maintain this pace.
I do enjoy watching you suffer. It's cold, huh? You make a better statue than a god, Shark.
Lex Luthor's material affects the Kryptonians. Continue.
Stopped you in your tracks.
Airborne and immobilized.
I know you feel my power. Your death is inevitable.
Ow.
I guess sharks can stop swimming. I thought you were meant to be on top of the food chain, shark. And now I get to shatter.
I am a frozen fish! Even Superman's endurance must falter if we keep applying kryptonite!
When will you learn? There's more potential in the tip of my finger than in Just wait there. Hiding is pointless.
Oh, shit.
The Kryptonian's moment of vulnerability is nigh! More kryptonite!
If I seem cruel, let me reassure you. That's the intent. Corpses do keep best on ice. Let's take a scenic tour, Shark. I'd be lying if I said...
Even Superman's endurance must falter if we keep applying kryptonite!
Here we go.
People are fragile things, aren't they, Boomerang? I can level you with a single breath. Nothing can save you now. Just give up.
Oh, Jesus. All right, that's another one of those. Keep it up.
Looks like you four are losing your cool. Let me help. I could remake this world if I wanted to, but Brainiac needs a clean slate. Either way, I get to enjoy myself. Your reflexes are slipping, Harley. You used to be so light on your feet. Careful, you'll catch a cold. You do have a role in Brainiac's plan. He wants you to die. How painfully is up to me. Let's see you put a bullet through this, Deadshot. I'll be back in a sec. Don't wait up.
He is very strong.
I do enjoy watching you suffer.
Okay, I think I heard that one before.
You make a better statue than a god, Shark.
No, I've definitely heard that one.
I brought you a private flight, King.
Oh, that one I haven't heard before. Oh, Grace again.
It used to frighten me how easily you break. But let me tell you, I'm not frightened.
Superman!
Long live the king.
Oh, that was twice. He's repeating for like the 4th time. Ah, okay. Looking for to overload him with gold kryptonite. Yeah, I'm doing those things. It might be a case of, wait, did I accidentally up the difficulty? Yes, I did, is why. And I cannot change it while committed to a mission. Oh, joy. Alright, hang on a second. So, I got 1 point into that, and then we've got... And I can't cast...
All my life, I moved heaven and earth to protect you.
Oh, okay, so this is the phase 2, I think?
Now is when most people would start to pray.
I don't have time to enumerate all the problems caused by what just occurred. But the immediate issue is the solar energy will strengthen Superman and degrade the gold kryptonite's effect.
I don't think you can afford a setback. You're already on such thin ice. If looks could kill, eh, Cap? It's time for a paradigm shift.
Alright, will it let me change? Yep, okay, cool. Wait. Oh, it won't even let me customize them! Oh, Jesus.
It's time for you to die.
And I'm losing my audio here and there. Am I... Are you guys losing the audio, like, repeatedly as well in the game, or is that... Yep, loadout is currently lost.
Counterattack with the gold kryptonite bullets, or you'll die.
Yep, no, heard you.
Captain Boomerang.
I can see Luther's counteragent taking a bet. Do not let up.
This will feel awful. Right side? Soon you won't feel anything at all. Never liked through.
May not be perfect with,
I find myself
what's Mahuzi with only, It thankfully started on the second phase, but now runs into the...
Oh, you should trust that feeling.
The gold kryptonite is affecting him.
There we
Endure this war of attrition, comrades.
It used to frighten me how easily you break. But let me tell you, I'm not frightened anymore.
There he is.
The Kryptonian's guard is crumbling to our golden poison.
Time to call on the forces of nature. Oh, you can't? You might want to hold on to something.
Oh!
The gold kryptonite is greatly weakening him. Weaken him more.
Looks like you four are losing your cool. Let me help. It's time I knocked you on your ass, Deadshot. Don't want you stealing my thunder. If I seem cruel, let me reassure you. That's the intent.
Damage!
Feeling the chill, Shark? You look a little underdressed. Don't bother running. There's no shelter from the storm. Nothing can save you now. Just give up.
Even Superman's endurance must falter if we keep applying kryptonite.
This will feel awful. Right side? Soon you won't feel anything at all.
Sorry that you're hearing all this, like, nonsense.
Your death is inevitable. Let that comfort you. Stopped you in your tracks. What's got you so heated, Floyd?
Move and get these flames out! No time for grilling!
The gold kryptonite is greatly weakening him.
Yep.
Weaken him more.
I should not have done this on the high... This is, like, unfortunately on a higher difficulty.
Stand your ground. I'll be back in a sec. Don't wait up.
The Kryptonian's moment of vulnerability is nigh. More kryptonite.
I could remake this world if I wanted to, but Brainiac needs a clean slate. Either way, I get to enjoy myself. Anything is a weapon in my hands. Even the air you breathe. You're a long way from
Come on.
Skill issue.
You're going to die here.
Yep, I realize there's a skill issue here. Just let me be alive, please.
You do have a role in Brainiac's plan. He wants you to die. How painfully is up to me. time for you to die. You might want to hold on to something.
The gold kryptonite is greatly weakening him. Weaken him more.
Corpses do keep best on ice. When will you learn? There's more potential in the tip of my finger than in your entire race.
Ah, damn.
Careful, you'll catch a cold.
Oh, I wonder which one is the villain.
I'm finally free of the burden of Metropolis. Be thankful your last sight is the real me. Here's a little shock and awe for you. Just wait there. Hiding is pointless.
Superman's resistance wanes from the kryptonite. He will be vulnerable soon.
I do enjoy watching you suffer. Cold, huh? Time I knocked on your ass, Deadshot. Don't want you stealing my thunder. You should be honored. How rarely I get to cut loose. I'm gonna savor every second I spend on disassembling. You've burned so many chances. No redemption for you. No justice, only pain. That's a promise. There's more potential in the tip of my finger than in your entire race.
Just let me...
Lex Luthor's material affects the Kryptonian. Continue.
There we go. He's on crit damage. Oh my god, he's only halfway dead.
I don't think you can afford a setback. You're already on such thin ice. And now I get to shatter you.
I am aflame. I actually must keep moving to survive.
Oh, damn it.
Out of your league.
Oh, I have succumbed. I require assistance.
Revive me, please. Thank you.
Know your surroundings, Deadshot. Aren't you better than this? It used to frighten me how easily you break. But let me tell you, I'm not frightened anymore.
Even Superman's endurance must falter if we keep applying kryptonite. Kryptonite is greatly weakening him. Weaken him more.
It's time for a paradigm shift. It's time for you to die.
Yep.
I do enjoy watching you suffer. Cold, huh? I don't like sharing my airspace, Deadshot. Brace for landing.
Even Superman's endurance must falter if we keep applying kryptonite!
How is the rest of my team applying damage? Because I swear they have the good weapons.
Time to call on the forces of nature. Oh, you can't? This is where you run.
Yep, I am very much aware of where I am. Ah, damn it, I thought I could melee him.
You four are losing your cool. Let me help. Ugh. never liked frozen fish. You're out of your depth. Your future belongs to me. This planet belongs to Brainiac.
Come on. No, do not take my shirt. Oh my god. I need help.
Hey, move to these damn planes! I've got you in my sights.
Oh, the music goes in and out.
Get ready, Nanawe.
The Kryptonians' moment of vulnerability is nigh. More kryptonites!
Corpses do keep best on ice. Puff and puff, Deadshot. I know it's all bluster, and you're going down. You're making this too easy, Harley. Where's the fun in that?
Ow.
Let me reassure you. That's the intent.
Where is going on with the sound? There he is.
Finally, you're justifying Brainiac's interest in you. The violence you're capable of. Now it ends.
Burning shark, make way! I must maintain my momentum!
Never stop and think about being on fire.
He's almost dead. Come on. Yes! Yeah, no, it is only like the music that was doing it. There we go. Woo! Reminder, I need to turn off the higher difficulty.
Krypton, Kal-El. Gonna stay tapped out this time?
He's not. You're gonna need to kill him.
I really hope he's dead.
Come on, live in the moment, Boomer.
Well, we only went and did it, you bloody beauties! We killed Superman! Hell, we murdered the whole Justice League! In self-defense, since they were all totally evil, yeah.
A titanic battle. A good, glorious battle.
Yay, a glorious battle.
But one foe remains.
Does it look different to anyone? A little scared, maybe?
I do not think it can show micro-expressions. Like me.
It would have done something by now, right? Hey! Scream now or forever rest in peace!
It's moving.
I'm calling it Task Force X-4. Justice League and Brainiac, 0.
Ah! Do you feel it? The swell of pride for what we have accomplished together.
Oh, I don't know how to feel about respecting you lot, but... Oh, it's choking me up. Shark, you're crushing me.
Sure feels like we've grown as people from killing all these people. You want a high five?
Know what, Quinn? I do. Up high.
Oh. What stopped them?
Celebrating before the game is over. How human of you. Don't you know this is my game? I make the rules. Yes, you know who I am. Second level intellect. Fight or flight. I'm not letting you do either just yet. I want to show you what happens next. Let's call it a sneak preview.
Oh, the alien appearance is interesting, though. That one looked pretty cool. Oh my god, it's Perfect Cell. It's not just like I know there's a, like, the Brainiac from Injustice, Injustice, like, looked just, you know, generic person green, almost like a weaker Martian Manhunter in appearance. So I'm curious what this one's like, and you might be right. It might be a Perfect Cell sort of thing, or, you know, updated.
Continues. The invasion always continues. New Kolu will be reborn.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that is
in your universe. In every universe.
What is it with people doing the little cut from, like, the bottom lip down to the chin? I feel like I've seen that in a lot of alien species, most recently in the 2010s and 20s. What's with that? Like, the whole, like, you know, they cut the... Like, they have, the, like, this slit from the, from that... See how it's on his lip? Like, the bottom lip? And it goes through the...
With your chaos, your every fractal failure, your every inexplicable success. Pure, unpredictable, fascinating. The margin of error, I've got it. It's you. Well, I can't remove you from the equation now. There's too much to learn. Better to own you. I will unlock your full potential to serve me. Floyd Law. Your code, your attachment to your progeny. We don't need those. I will make you into the greatest assassin in the multiverse. Harleen Quinzel, such
They have bombs in their neck.
Held in check by your
Either the bombs are gonna explode, killing them before you can, like, do anything to them, or because they're nanite bombs, it's actually gonna do, like, some other effect.
Connected to my intelligence, Nanawe, you'll have the knowledge you crave as you devour all who would resist my enlightenment. And you, Digger Harkness, I'll give you what you've sought all your life.
Yeah. Problem.
What? I'd already started, so I followed through.
No need to thank me for my interdiction. We have more pressing...
Lex, send me back. I didn't get to hear what Brain Man was gonna give me.
He won't get the chance. Next time his gangly ass pops up, he's getting 2 in the forehead.
Brainiac will already be dead
he can, like...
on account of my having devoured him.
Don't worry, boys. We're gonna shoot him, eat him, poop him out, maybe shoot him again. It'll be great. So, make it happen, Lex. We got an alien mastermind to murder.
Master minds.
Oh, there's multiple Brainiacs. Okay, so that's how they do...
Revealed himself. There was a multi-static response across dimensions. 13 Brainiacs. Even if you were to somehow defeat one, your fight is far from over.
It's almost like Final Fantasy XIV, where you have, like, the 13 shards in the source.
Keep killing him over and over!
13 times the payback.
An eternal conflict.
This is beautiful, Lexi. We get to fly around the city doing acrobatic shit. The Justice League are all dead. Plenty of unsuspecting victims to
What's
blow
with
up
the
and
number?
get cool
Like,
toys
the
from.
.388.
And best of all, Waller don't have a clue.
She does have a clue, I'm guessing, because of that right there.
Ugh, for crying out loud.
Did you four really think you were doing this on the down low? What did I tell you about playing dumbass double agents?
You're our daddy.
Damn right. And as for you, I might have missed my
What does that look, Lex?
But I don't make the same mistake twice. I'm taking control of that phasing tech you used to pull their asses out of the fire. And then, I'm going to control you. Because in this world, I always...
Hi there, Atomica. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier when you waved.
Get him.
Not so fast, Boomerang. So predictable, Amanda. I already have a nanobomb implant. Ironic, as Luthor Corp made the nanobombs. And if anything happens to this Lex Luthor, the building goes with him.
Hold on a minute. This guy is Lex Luthor, too? We had no idea.
We can explain everything.
Go on.
We cannot explain.
Would have been amazing if you could, but...
When you're done visiting the science fair, get your asses back here. This Luthor's even slimier than the last one.
Ma'am, you're still on.
Oh, god damn it!
So that's Brainiac. Gee, it's gonna be fun
On
killing
the
that
subject
guy.
of neck bombs, I modded a teeny expansion slot into yours. Just enough room to take
Modded
some
with
extra
Earth
hardware
2
to
nano
the heat.
machines, a new slot in your neural bombs will allow
Check with me
augments
before
to your...
plugging any old thing into your brain and sign out
nice.
column, though. Okay? Deal?
Alright, that sounds cool. Alright, so...
I've dreamed of being a shark with
Nice.
gadgets.
Oh, that's Bizarro. Oh, okay, hang on a sec. Bizarro's Undeath Ray. 1 ammo gain from critical hits on the firearm, 10% harvest. Critical hits crazy enemies, but take 10% of your shields. Ult fires by holding triangle. You shoot Bizarro shots that do damage to crazed enemies proportional to the amount of time they have been crazed. Your journeys 2 Bizarros.
Your killing tools are overcomplicated.
Improve my ability
but
to read your vitals in the
curious.
field. There's a tiny chance it will trigger the bomb. I guess we'll find out how good my code is. Cool.
I ain't raising my expectations yet.
Yay! I need to lower the difficulty.
We should tell Wallace some of what has transpired.
Furrycures 1221 paid me to say go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. You are committed to another mission. Difficulty? No, still can't select a different difficulty.
Go suck a lemon.
Bonk. He wrote his autobiography. I always felt that would be presumptuous.
Dink. Oh, that looks a lot worse.
Ah, screw it.
Please. After all we've been through.
Bunch of giant space dildos ain't gonna stop us. What?
Harley is right. We are Task Force X. Together, we are unstoppable. Join me.
Are you
Stone.
Task Force X.
Oh.
Get back to the Hall of Justice. The easy part's over. It's time for my real target.
Worldly people, swirl brainiacs, big head in the dunny. These jail. Well, this looks bad. But at least Batman won't be ragging on us all the time now.
Task Force X. You didn't think you'd escaped me, did you? I'll have to step in to your Caped Crusader, of course. But I've made some unit alterations that may interest you. Watch the shadows.
Are you kidding me?
Fucking maniac city full of bat clones. This is fine.
I never pull over!
Alright, can I change the mission thingy-majiggy from here? Yes, I can. Awesome. Cool. Actually, I think it was best pay attention I was at previously. That way it's not too difficult. And... there we go. New banner. Kill snipers with sniper rifles. Reach 30 combo. Kill 40 enemies while at a 20 combo. Customize... Cookie for furry cures! There's your cookie. Audio, not now to get screwy. Did she do the "this is fine" meme? I don't know if she did. I wasn't listening properly. Improves zoom, increases reload, increases mag size, resets all so they can be reassigned. Bald. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Yeah, we can put trinkets on things. Nice. Increases his 75% field tax. Okay. We're not doing that. Alright. And then auto-equipping gear is a thing. Whee!
Airborne!
Okay, why does she... There we go.
I can swing it!
Oh, this...
That's all for you.
Hit.
It's a talent.
Sure, I'll get you, target boomer.
Look at Harley go! We could leave it to it, really. Make myself busy, but it's worth it.
Go, and... I'm not a fan of how, like, there's no upgrades to reduce the melee cooldown after I've increased it, but... it's fine. And...
Really gotta fly!
Whee!
Watch the sky! Harshen my swing drone!
Oh, it didn't let me swing again. Oh yeah, this is the Hall of Justice. Oh, the Hall of Justice is already open. What the hell is up with that?
What's the ETA on those modifications, Gizmo?
What are you, my supervisor? Eat me.
Any new mail? No, no new mail.
Got a mouth on you.
Some equipment for you, Quinn. Try to save at least a few people with it.
Got the goods.
And then the care packages like the daily
Great,
things.
even.
This modulates the electronics sent to you in your brain, and you're not paying it. Health regain and damage to frozen enemies. Sure. Diablo Blaze and Livewire. Okay, neither of those are good because I need to upgrade the care packages to become like legendaries rather than just rares.
Damn it.
Can I change my outfit? Yes, I can. Awesome. I'll keep the hair thing. I'm fine with that. And swap over to this swatch. All right. Yeah, it's not like you're gonna get any better than that. All right. There you go, shirtless. And we'll give him different shorts. There we go.
Yeah. Wait. You mean it nice?
Next.
Huh. You all finished with the billionaire fashion show?
Lex Luthor respects us, you know? I think we're gonna be colleagues. Maybe even friends.
And he hasn't once threatened to detonate the bombs in our brains.
What are we doing here, Waller? We owe Brainiac some bullets.
I've had Hack working on how to integrate the Argus and LexCorp networks. Turns out, someone already did that for me.
Ugh, Denning.
Denning.
With an evidence trail like this, it's no wonder you all ended up in Arkham.
To be fair, King Shark ended up in Bel Rev, not Arkham, but
If it's any consolation, Amanda, Wayne Tech's security was far more difficult to crack than that of Argus. Adorable clubhouse, by the by.
Just give them the damn briefing.
You
glad we don't have to go
remember
between
there are
these.
13 Brainiacs across the latticework of dimensions?
Mm-hmm. Kill them all, get cool shit, don't go back to Arkham.
We have to find them first. To do that, Hack is pulling computational power from everything with a CPU for 100 miles.
Each pathway leads to a different reality, all ravaged by Brainiac. Elsewheres, elsewhens, elseworlds, you could say.
Ooh, catchy.
Elseworlds is like their shorthand for any sort of non-canon stories.
Incursions will require significant quantities of an unstable element called promethium.
Yep.
If Luthor is to be believed, the artillery platforms and terraformers are the Prometheum mother lode.
So get enough of Lex's magic beans, then hit Brainiac on his turf?
It all leads to this. Getting yourself in shape for a direct assault. We're taking down each new iteration of Brainiac until the bastard's gone for good.
This sounds incredible!
Sounds pretty good.
Sorry. I just can't get used to you two working together.
Crisis does make for strange bedfellows.
And And it's an infinite crisis.
See that?
You know.
Infinite.
I will bring you to heel one day.
You'll try.
No.
And for now, back to work. Bring me enough promethium and I'll show Task Force X where they can slip through the veil between worlds.
Please stop.
Please don't.
Luther.
I never thought there would be like a sort of IP that was gonna have both Luther and Amanda Waller in this
Those
like fucking
terraformers and cannons
like
are
just
your top priority.
threatening, flirtatious dialogue.
Phew, I need a smoke.
And I need more therapy.
Idle hands, TFX. The devil might be done with you, but I'm not. Got some jobs need doing.
The Colonel and I have gamified, strategified the heck out of an action plan, and we're waiting for you.
War games. Contract server. You can now choose up to 5. Cool. Wait, what chapter am I on? Chapter 6, Crisis on 2 Earths. Okay, cool.
Once you've geared up some, I got an honest job for you.
Well, that just looks like a, you know, IP safe transformer right there. Oh, hello?
Task Force X, welcome to Operation.
As part of the ongoing war effort, Toyman and Colonel Flag now provide
raising
playlists
hell.
of tasks calculated to raise hell and call in Brainiac's
Calculated the
strongest troops.
optimal path through Colonel Flag's combat objectives to make Brainiac deploy his toughest guys. At first, I thought that'd be bad, but Colonel Flag says...
Working as intended. Well, TFX, ready to raise hell?
The optimistic primal. Yes, the better than normal,
No need to pace
evens.
We'll keep going until Brainiac says...
Juggle 5 enemies, kill a Terranaut, kill 5 brutes, kill 3 with suicide strikes, and perform 5 counters. Nice. Oh, hey, there's a new, thingamadiggy.
Sure, why not? I'm gonna give Riddler's little jungle gym a try.
Recommended for King Shark.
Yes, Doc. I'll come in for the eval. Just back off, all right?
Nice. Alrighty. But yeah, this is like no doubt the this was meant to be like their player hub, I'm guessing, where you could see all kinds of different peeps like fashion-wise and such.
My advance is inevitable.
There we go. Up here. Oh, hello.
To an earthling it is strong in our way, but I could shatter every bone in your body like coral. Unless you join me. Then I will make you truly invincible.
Damn it.
Pull your weight, Shark.
Deadshot. You believe Brainiac has a weakness?
Who am I, Prometheus? Look like
The hunt is over. Now for a thorough audit of its guts. Yep.
Go. Oh, I got 2 talent points. Hang on a second.
Real curious how the upgrade will work on that shark body of yours.
Every 5 seconds spent airborne generates a combo while in combat. The area effect by the traversal increased by 25. Increase the area of effect. Heavy weapon kills regenerate 3%.
You managed to find another challenge, and you're going to attempt it? Really? Right now?
Yes. Oh, god damn you. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Can't believe he's just dumped his mud pie machines on the L-Cent. I mean, planet.
Huh, you think those terraformers got 3 giant arms and 3 giant legs?
First, they're obviously legs. Second, all you need to know.
Well, every limb's got either 2 elbows or 2 knees. You're gonna be double knee tapping and double elbow breaking. I need to know.
I was often mocked by the other young sharks for my elbows and knees.
And you didn't just hit them? Man, they literally can't hit you back.
Yeah. Acrobatic challenge in the water, Riddler. We will see who perseveres.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting. So yeah, because vertical jumping is with LB, which is more powerful, obviously, but I use RB for the distance way too often, so. But I now know which way I need to face, so.
Back on the assault. And this world still has that newly invaded planet smell. Ah, you're right. Fresh blood.
I suppose jumping through hoops would be about your level of expertise.
Reaching!
I just thought of something. Since we've become a crack only, Waller will be saying that her plan all along. I heard it.
Psychologically speaking, let's take our speculation. She could kill us and falsify the records.
If I may, Harley.
Don't know who ordered the fish, but he just landed!
Ah. Alright, you know what's gonna be...
You're of kings, Nanawe. Wasting your time on this earth with these people? Or above all this, yours is a refined destiny.
You barely exceeded my expectations, and the bar was positively subterranean.
There we go. Is it gonna let me do the challenge with an entirely different... Because it says, like, you know, the playstyle was for King Shark, but if I can do it with, like, say...
It's 108. Man, just do 9 times. How do you think this is? Lighten up this transport drone. Let's do some contract saving.
Well, Mother always did say I should try teaching others.
Out of boost? Give me a break.
So, bad news is we got an alien narcissist out for our heads. The good news is Waller can wave her little detonator around all she wants. But she
There we go.
needs that. And when she's not looking...
I know you've had plenty of high-profile targets, Floyd, but none were nearly as nefarious as I.
New customization things? Oh, just the thingy. Okay, cool.
How would you like to alter your brain today?
And then we have the Nexus, which is Finite Crisis. On death, enemies explode, damaging nearby enemies and players. Enemies leech health when they damage players or others. Grenades. Cool. Available at mastery levels 1 to 30. Available at Finite Crisis rank 1. 30, 60. Okay, cool. Well, we got that one out of the way. And now... counters only, timing is everything.
Secure me another of Brainiac's data caches, and I can offer some excellent upgrades to your nano enhancements.
Uh-huh. And what do you get out of this deal, Luther?
The sleep of the righteous, Lawton. For assisting those less fortunate than myself.
Oh, hello.
Basically
We have come far from our first meeting in the asylum.
Turning into a regular search and rescue crew.
We're bigger than our past. We're bigger than our...
Lex Luthor, we have hunted down.
Thank you, King Shark. Shall we begin?
Brainiac requires total assimilation.
There we go.
Task Force X. I'm authorizing you to follow Luther's instructions in
But yeah.
this specific instance.
Other than, like, I will be real with you, the Superman-Batman segment was not the strongest thing so far. Like, I've had as much as I had my iffies about, like, the way, like, Green Lantern fucking Jon Stewart was, like, constantly calling us criminals and shit like that, or convicts. He kept on calling us convicts, and I was like, this feels weird. It feels really racially coded as well, considering, like, a lot of the time he focuses on,
That's gonna ruin your day.
a lot of the time he's focusing on, what's the movie, on, on Whatsamahoozy.
Here comes the explosion! Shelter!
A lot of the times focusing on Deadshot, Floyd. So to have that moment where it's just sort of like, yes, like just constantly calling him convicts and such, I was just like, oh, what?
Unevolved minds probing my network. Distasteful.
Yep.
You know what? I smell pretty damn delicious, Slim Babe, but I better run it off.
Targeting shot from a fragment.
Yep.
Hell, it's oddly satisfying. Let us do it. Strike more.
It's last, but first to die. You're probably used
Leaking
to
all
that.
over the
Hey,
shop,
Harkness.
mate. Patch me up.
Beginning my salvo of Quinn.
Quick shot, digger.
I committed the whole cycle of my attention to this. Remove them.
Where's the other guy? There was like another. Oh, there he is. I was wondering where he was.
Righto, I've got Shark's target.
My kill count is sky high.
Slip and slide.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna. They need to.
I'm gifted.
Pitiable, Harkness. But look at the bright side. You won't be mourned.
Bravo, Task Force X. A deal's a deal. I'm uploading your new firmware now.
Yay!
Peach Lexi. Bald and with a heart of
Didn't
stone.
have to go multiple
Stop
rounds.
this process at any time, Miss Quinn.
What'd I say?
Mission accomplished! And we got all of our Lex thingamadiggies done.
This update increases
Level 3, increasing the potential. Yep, cool.
why am I bothering to explain? It will facilitate further improvement of your weapons.
Sound is bugged again. Okay. Hang on. So, game capture, filters. So I've got the limiter. So maybe it's a case of I need to put it down to like 6.5 instead. Alright, let's try that one. Also, wow, it's like, for some reason my vision feels so much smoother. Birdie XL10. Nice. Not better than either of those things. Alright, select a new mission. Let's see. So if we do hacks, shield harvest only, vehicle kills. Oh, let me show you the vehicle kills one.
Reinforcement for your rides. I'll see you at the spot for Operation Hard Cars.
That there is Gizmo, who I think is the very same Gizmo that we know from Whatsamahoozy, from the TV show Teen Titans. Not Teen Titans Go, just Teen Titans.
Keep doing scuffling little bastard stuffed with loot.
Nice job, killers. You terminated the thing like champs.
Can't underestimate the Terran's resourcefulness.
What the fuck? Oh, there you are.
You squashed that sucker. Hope it's a jackpot.
Hey, we got ourselves a, Yep, it's better. And the shotgun critical loading is like a little bit tricky to do because like sometimes the shotguns are those ones where it's like the.
You're sensitive, I know. Which is why I'm offering you the chance to do away with those pesky emotions.
Out there saving lives.
We don't believe in
I'm still
empaths.
not getting used to it.
Alright, let's see how it is.
Oh yeah! Banged another hell-raising objective out!
Because yeah, if you critical load, then it will give you 2 like slugs in rather than just the 1.
I feel like you're always saying you're only warming up.
Word to the wise.
Ripped from a literal new asshole. Alright, so
Always boomerangs. Your predictability will be your downfall, Harkness.
Go.
We'll find any holdouts.
Oh, this way. We need to be going this way. Oh hey, and there's new thing. There we go.
Making the right kind of difference to folks' lives for a change.
Sources in the DEO and Argus independently describe them as terrible. For those of you who don't know,
Oh, wrong way. It's this way.
change the chemical makeup of a planet. When we talk
There's a fast travel option to go like all the way back to the Hall of Justice, but there is no fast travel options to other areas of the map, unfortunately. Which I feel like is a mistake. If you're gonna introduce fast traveling like back to home base, then that means you're introducing. I feel like just.
I would urge all of you to stay as far away from these structures as possible. Something I'll be doing right after this broadcast. And
The Batman experience.
Metropolis is now under a boil water advisory. Residents are also encouraged to wear any available masks and avoid unusual fog or puffing. I don't know if these things tap into the aquifer yet or what they might be doing to air quality, and I don't want anyone taking it.
Got raising hell in the bag! One more, Brain Man will be...
I love his move of like when he, you know, melees someone into the air, they freeze. There we go. Air package is now on common level.
Might not feel like much to you, but to these folks, it's everything.
Come on.
I'm high caliber.
There we go. Oh, I love throwing them up in the air and doing the shotgun. Like that's a cool thing from Boom. Like Captain Boomerang is actually fun to play with a shotgun. Also, I need to remove because I keep getting distracted by this waypoint, which is the wrong waypoint.
For that, don't you?
And I'm. Wait, which one is the? Oh, there is no one that's hyped up for the thing, so it should just be There we go.
Sometimes.
They still got bits of drone on them. Tentacle bullshit. Get it off. Someone call the doc. We get civilians out, you get more Argus surplus. Done and done.
Imagine Harkness channeling all that misplaced aggression into something productive. I could make you unstoppable.
A successful start to your hunt, Boomerang.
Godspeed to your next
more
godforsaken victims, TFX.
nonsense. Here we go. Jump. Boomerang. I like the traversal system. I like the different like means we can move around and such. It stays unique and whatnot. Like Harley Quinn being like very Batman-y is probably one of the weaker of the things. Like, granted, King Sharks is not that great, you know, but it's not. It doesn't feel it doesn't feel like they just had to take it from Arkham or something like that. It feels, you know, reasonable. Of like, oh yeah, he's just a giant fucking shark. Of course he can just swing his arms up and leap like classic Superman kind of stuff. Ooh, I've not done this one before. Alrighty, let's.
I accept your target choice, Boomerang.
Getting fucking electrocuted by the anti-air.
Dragon's biggest villain. I'm bloody.
This is basically an ordinary vacation in Metropolis.
Alrighty, let's give this one a try as Harley Quinn is the one they wanted me to do this as.
Still doing these? I assume Task Force X would have finished ages ago. Water should get better heading.
What's the matter? Drone's poop?
Okay.
This was an older course. Don't let it give you false hope. I say surprise me, but I already know you won't be able to if you...
See these moves?
Top floor!
Okay, I need to get rid of.
Slightly underestimated you. This time, rest assured it will never happen again.
Alright, where is...
Shape pegs and holes, but you just blow it up.
No, don't run it when I'm in the middle of a fight. Why is the reload the same as the, oh, accept a new mission. Well, the counter is gonna, like, go up, and it's gonna... Also, who stole my shirt? Also, hi there, Hendrix. You gonna pass out? Have a night? Not to worry, Hendrix.
Is it too late to throw in with Brainiac?
Cookie! Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie.
Marking Quinn for elimination.
Oh, it's because it's here. That's why there's like
Frustrated.
Oh, hello.
Okay, folks. You're safe now. Move on through. Move on. Gizmo, do not try to sell him a car.
One for the books. If this wasn't all a deniable op.
Alrighty, let's see. Can I do this in peace? No, I cannot. Oh well, at least she doesn't get like knocked for a long time. In the...
I've studied many anomalies, but none.
Hi, Emu Fur. No, I'm not Nudie. I just had my shirt stolen, okay? Incineroar was a bit of a dick and stole my shirt. Hi, how's it going? Oh, you sent me something, didn't you? Can I hang on, let me have a look. Let me have a look. You sent me something. Yo, got you a telegram. Yay, you got the telegram sticker done. All right, hang on. Can I share this on, can I share it on chat and such like that? Please? Love how you like were able to be like, yeah, and it's also like set up for all right, show in folder. Hang on. Excuse me, throat. Here we go. If you like. Alrighty then. So, so if you guys don't know, Emu Fur, she is a somewhere in the Southeast Australia. I don't know
held
where.
Hands as a treat?
Somewhere in Southeast Australia. Actually, let's do it. Let's see whether or not anyone has done a clip of your stream. I reckon there's a clip of your stream somewhere. Let's see. Oh, it's that. Of all the things that could have been clipped, it's the...
I had the opposite reversal. Really? So for some reason you're like, oh, and then you're like, I like
It's this. John, be not horny. And this is when, and that was when you had the and that was your previous monkey PNG tuber as well. Anyways, so shoutouts to Emu Fair, Melbourne-based. Nice, it's in the profile. She is a Melbourne-based, the most male-presenting nipples possible. Yes, they are. Yes, chat, they are male-presenting nipples because Garfield is canonically male. Anywhoosies, so one of the, so Emu Fur does Telegram stickers, and she does amazing Telegram stickers, such as, check this out. Just, hi. I love it. I love it. It's so great. I love this, like, just off from the side of the corner, just being like, hi, I'm Grant. Oh! I just realized something. The paw pad. Yeah. I didn't realize this until I said hi as well. I was just like, hi. Ah. This is me now. Hello, my name is Grant. I am a himbo zebra. I'm just gonna put you there. Boop. Oh, hang on a sec. I need to move it so I'm like here. All right, someone do a boop again. Boop the Zeebs in 2 seconds. Here we go. Boop. Oh, I need to do. Okay, so not there. I need to do it. All right, so there's the foreground elements. Boop the Zeebs. Boop. There we go. All right, so this is where I sit. Actually, how accurate is that? Oh, hey, that wasn't too misaccurate at all. Nice. I'm still doing the stickers, so the file is there. Nice. All right, well, sorry that I didn't pick up on it when you sent it to me and such like that. But hopefully it's a small little thingy. And knowing my brain, you're going to send this to me again, and then I'm going to have this fun idea of making it a PNG tuber by getting, like, the little V and turning it into a triangle and then putting in a little bit of pink or something like that. So then that way it looks like I'm just off to the side and just going, hi. Also, check it out. It's Harley Quinn. She's actually very fun to play. Neck bomb. HCI upgrade. 15% overshield, damage to electrified
Sipping time
enemies.
sponsored by Hetfideo Restaurant.
Hetfideo Restaurant. Thank you, Hetfideo Restaurant. I shall have a drink. Thank you. One of the things I think I've like come to discover is my water in my apartment. Despite that I'm spending so much fucking money, like, at my apartment, like, rent-wise and such. But we can't himbofy the Zeebs. Okay, well, fair enough. I just go, like, next month or something like that, Emu Fur's, like, she's doing her drawing again, and I'm like, hey, Emu Fur, do this one. but make it hyper himbo. Real Chad energies. Hang on a second. I can do the Chad energies right now. Check this shit out. Oh. What the oh! Because that's the... Hang on a second. That's the, what's-a-mahoozy thingy-majiggy. Hotkey alternatives. WebSocket extra him... Oh, okay. Hang on. So, hotkeys. So the extra himbo goes here. Expressions, set hotkey. Oh, hang on. Send signal. There we go. So now it's like that, and then I go... Oh, no, wrong thing. Alright, let's try this. No, that doesn't do it. Alright. Alright, He's hulking out. Oh, that's not doing... That's not doing what I want. What is Hang on. Did I break my shirt? Hang on, I swear... Hang on. Bigger... no, that's for the quote-unquote bigger redeem. WebSockets for the outfits, WebSockets for shirting on the different outfits. Where it defaults. F, bald, hair gone, self-care, traffic cone, a test redeem. Has my hyper himbo been broken all this time? Hang on a second. Did I... Hang on. Ding. Zebra shape keys, extra himbo. Executing the code does extra himbo. Hang on. So... Oh no! The shirt doesn't work! I broke it. How did I break it? Hang on. How did I... How... Oh. Oh, that's not good. Hang on. Cancel that. It was me. I broke it. Yes, you probably did, Emu Fur. You probably did. Alright. Alright, but what about the D-himbo, then? Okay, the shirt doesn't even do it for the D-himbo. Alright. Okay. So... Why not? Clothing shirt, clothing pants... Huh. Huh. That's a problem. I'll fix it another time.
I'll use a sliding scale to rate you on this one.
All Brainiac's perfect creation. But you gotta admit, oversized.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon.
Big fat.
There we go. All three thingy-majiggies done.
All your hard work at clown college finally paid off.
Hey, she is a certified physician, thank you very fucking much. She is a certified psychologist. She can do the important brain things. Ow, fuck you.
Looks like the squad is ready for more. Well, here it comes.
destruction. Y'all got a gift for that, don't you?
Meow.
Terminating Quinn! Bullseye.
But you got a hit squad incoming. Watch out.
Oh.
Oh, come on!
Guys, we gotta face the flaming music.
There we go. Oh, I love her little fucking revolver.
Harley Quinn!
Excuse me. Are you running away?
He makes this
No escape from my wrath.
Shotgun means nothing to the revolver.
Punchline, Harley Quinn.
Let's start doing another enemy. Alright.
Targeting Quinn.
Well, that was embarrassing.
Prioritizing target. Dead shot. Here comes the touchdown. TFX, are you being particularly competent today? Oh. Well, keep it up.
Getting bullets!
Oh, no, 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 no! There we go. Got my shields. Woo! Did it! Fortnite looks great. Looks Greta. Looks Greta. Greta? Sniper kills, rescues during community service. No idea.
I'm taking this act on shore.
Why not leave this world behind and start anew? I can provide an army fit for a queen such as yourself.
Yeah, that's a good feeling. To get rewards.
There we go.
The worst has come to pass. Superman is dead. Once the guiding light of the Justice League and
Jump.
hero to the world, Superman's legacy was shattered.
Here's the place for Gizmo's test drive. Oh, maybe he invented airbags.
You are the only operatives cleared for Gizmo vehicle use. So get all the use
Deploy,
you can
so
out of the damn.
Yay! Alrighty then. Hopefully someone's gonna see us. Oh my god, Furry Cures, you've been getting so many kills with that sword.
Kill aliens, get you your numbers. Got it, pal.
Who wants a killer car to help with your mission? Take me at once. Dropping in now.
No targets. Go!
One more down. Hell ain't gonna raise itself, squad. That's the self-destruct. Task Force M. I'm sending you some...
So many fucking explosions. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have such a powerful ride.
Loaded up real good.
Rage don't mean a thing. Get clear, ride's gonna blow.
Oh yeah, I need to pick up some shards.
Mission? Uncle Gizmo's sending you vehicular support.
Explosions! Glorious explosions!
Don't want to be in that thing when she self-destructs. Drop in some killer wheels to help you in 20, 19. Oh, forget it, it's coming out.
I need the killer vehicle now, please.
Judge me harshly.
Get out before it blows!
Incoming!
Vehicle on the way. Should help you forward with this mission. Yeah, you did numbers. Sending out a gentle electromagnetic
There we go. Use you. Big explosion.
Now that's what I call a dangerous energy weapon. Can smell the ozone from here. Let's roll out to the next data gathering exercise.
I have invited the next swarm of enemies. Let us welcome them to the slaughter.
Explosive out!
There we go. More explosions. This time stick close to the thing, so then that way I can...
That self-destruct could take you out too.
Who knew data would take up so much space? I need to make a drop.
Hey, Chuckleheads. What's got 4 wheels, rockets, a big gun, and kills aliens? Here's a hint. I'm dropping one in on your location.
Your tools may be primitive, but your unbridled blind confidence will prove useful to my network.
There we go. There we go. And... Yeah! This is fun. This is the bullet hell that I like in Flash games and what have you, where you just have like a crazy powerful gun and you're just better off just holding down the trigger, picking up all the resources that go off.
Focusing on the shark thing.
Hold up, Task Force X. Uncle Gizmo's dropping in vehicular support.
No, come on. You're gonna be worth a lot of points.
Bail out, she's gonna blow! Need more firepower? I'm sending some wheels over, Task Force X.
Come on, let her in. There we go.
Self-destruct on! Get clear, gang! Kill the aliens in style. I'm sending you his vehicle.
There's another vehicle. There's another vehicle.
Can't hold on to these bad boys too much longer.
Come on, I just need... Oh, we're full.
And hell is raged. Wanna keep your fingers and toes? Bail out! Trucks charging a low...
Here we go.
last.
I thought it was gonna be a big kaboom. But final mission with Gizmo is now done, which should unlock increasing duration. That's what we want.
You're in for a treat. You're gonna be able to wreak havoc all night long with my vehicles now. I made some real breakthroughs on, well, it's technical.
I got notifications. Hang on.
Call it not exploding under the stress of my enhancements. Enjoy.
Hey, look at this. Hang on a second, chat. Hang on a second. You want to say something cool? Oh, wait, that's the small one. Hang on. Hang on, hopefully this is the right one. Hey! Hi! Fixed looks so much better. Yeah, because it's got like the hand to help like emphasize. Plus, like, look, it makes my muscles look bigger when you have like the little hand, I just realized. Because like, it makes the hand seem smaller because there's like the white outline. So it's just like, hi. And then just throbbing muscles underneath it. Oh, this is brilliant. Thank you. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Emu Fur. Thank you so much. I will cherish it, and if I get enough subscribers, I should be able to, like, add it in as a new emote, because right now I am at my cap, I believe, for emojis. Like, let me just have a look. So, viewer rewards, emotes. Yes. I am at my limit for tier 1 emojis. If I want more tier 1 emojis, I'm going to need 80 subscriber points. So, and I only have like 30 right now. So, Blue Foxy ICIC has like a lot of subscriber points applied to them 1 month. Like 1 month, there was like all these like gift subs given to them. So now they have like all these extra like emoji slots for them. The trick for Hyper, make the head and hands smaller. Exactly. Nice. Love it. I'm so glad you understand me. Yes. Jolly Jax is an artist that does that thing, and they know how to do it. All right, what's Gizmo's thing? Dealing damage to burning enemies. Grenades do less damage, but have a 100% chance to burn. When your shield is broken, releases a burst of Diablo that burns all enemies within 15 seconds. But then I can't get shield harvest when it happens. Alright, so the difference is... Okay, not that much. Each hit by this grenade drops either shield buffs, less opponent damage buffs, or ammo. Yeah, no, the slot machine's better. Like, those might be good for a different character, but not for Harley Quinn.
Don't worry, Miss Quinn. I'll be gentle.
Thank you.
With your brain. Your brain.
Perform a suicide strike, generates 5 additional. Increases shield overcharge by 50% and shield pickup amount by 25. Yep. Who would benefit? Oh, okay, so you've already grabbed the Gizmo thing.
Don't give up the trophy hunt yet. A good leader puts his team...
Ooh. Let's bomb. Ooh, collect rewards. Alright, Raising Hell Tier 2. Kill enemies with suicide strikes, enemies with grenades, and juggling enemies. Ah, easy enough to do. Lots of resources and some awesome gear.
Brainiac's terraformers are a clear and present threat to my new world.
Did you hear that? He's staying.
Make your way to the forthcoming coordinates and eliminate the first target.
Oh yeah, get that. Daily bonus. Alright, kill in Central. Kill 5 grunts with traversal attacks. Which one is gonna kill with assault rifles? Inflict 5 in Central, 5 with melees. That one shouldn't be impossible. Let's go for this one.
Target. I do.
You know, if anyone wants to run for mayor of Metropolis after this, blowing up terraformers is a strong platform, I'd say.
F you, Brainiac. What the fuck vehicle is this?
Brainiac's forces will attempt to get a lock on the payload and phase it out before you reach the terraformer.
Mandy Doo here's built this stuff as a mail truck, but the kids worked on it too. Anti-phase and stealth tech, support software, microwave shielding, a chargeable EMP jammer pulse. Guys, this is going to be great!
Get after them. They're interfering with our scans and my terraforming.
Another Herald successfully
Now you can attack the tower directly and get the payload moving. Aim for the weak spot. I assume you can tell which part that is.
Yep, I think I can. Oh, there's the truck. Hang on.
That Brainiac tech at your 12 o'clock is a signal tower, amplifying signals to the Skull ship.
We saw him back on our boy Lex 2's turn. Take out the goons, then target the tower. When Mandy Doo's in range of the tower, her stealth tech will activate at the expense of speed. Sorry. Never apologize, kid. Opens the door to liability suits.
Eliminate Brainiac's forces and that signal tower to keep moving.
Alright, where's the...
Shield on the tower is done. Take it out.
Go!
All units. They've overcome the tower, but they won't get further, will they?
We're picking up an enemy unit with more advanced scanning capabilities.
Some kind of alien pervert!
Boomerang, do not speak. You need to remove these high-priority targets as soon as they're identified.
Firing on point!
You're approaching the terraformer base. Brainiac will throw everything he's got at you now. We'll start the payload arming sequence when you're in position.
Man, if it looks like a suicide mission and smells like a suicide mission.
Then it is Boomerang.
We've gone over this. It's my mask.
Until I give the order to withdraw, cover every angle and stop those scans. Now see this home.
Fear my shadow. Hey, trooper! Right, Harley?
Whee! Ooh, hang on, I need to get over there.
Boom! Gonna slam something.
There we go. Alright, now I just need some counters. 3 more to go, and we should be golden.
Tell me, how many terraformers do you have, Task Force X?
None.
None?
I don't know why you like Boomerang. Boomerang is Australian is why. This is why you like Boomer... Oh. Come on. Get up, get up, get up.
They're getting closer to a lock on the payload. Pay attention.
There we go.
Time to stick a landing. Oh yeah!
They're already halfway to phasing the payload. Don't sleep on that jammer pulse. Enemy scanning signals disrupted. While the pulse is active, killing baddies will scramble their existing scan lock.
Toyman, I like this technology.
There we go.
Why haven't they been integrated yet? I am trying to terraform this planet.
If you can't stop them scanning the payload yourselves, use the jammer.
Mess them up with a jammer pulse.
Oh, that's where they are.
Our time to shine. Stick around for a big finish.
If they're gathering too much data on the payload, push them back with the jammer.
This one's a drop and stop. Range don't mean a thing.
Waller does not deserve you, Harley. Your chaos needs a guiding hand with vision.
Don't let them get ahead with the scanning. You can buy time with the jammer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm doing a good job as it is. It just needs... There we go.
Target is compromised and we push back on the invasion.
There we go.
Now those are the results I'm looking for when I risk your lives.
Do you want me to switch to Boomerang for a little bit then, Emu Fur? So you can, like, see how they function and such, rather than, you know, looking at Harley Quinn all the time? Hang on. Fingers. There we go. May... that fucking May... You're just like... Maybe?
Gonna have my name all over it in non-smear mascara.
Pinpoint combo meal. Jesus fucking Christ.
Has this been all my life of crime?
Alright, what's this one? Critical counters with this weapon generate 50 times combo. Damn, that's pretty good. Increases the kills. Alright, let's give it to you.
I'm no gun nut, but I know what I like.
Alright, hang on a sec. What's the difference between these two? To grunts with this firearm, 11 damage to brutes, 42% critical hit damage with the weapon. So that's what I'm... And then... I'm better with the weapon
So
I
you
currently
finally
have.
shaped up. Big props.
Alright, over to the talent tree real quick.
How would you like for me to change your mind today, Miss Quinn?
How would you like to change my mind? Alright, combo evades and ground slides. Chance of generating combo while in combat. This can only happen once every 10 seconds. Increases the damage of your next grenade. Increases the damage of your next melee. Gonna go with that one. And enemy kills have a 50% chance to cause them to explode. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I need to update Boomerang's shit. Enemies within 7.5 meters. Critical hits spawn a live grenade. Alright, so you're doing deep freeze, which is better than a lot of the other stuff. And then your neck bomb is doing a thing. Your grenade is doing a live wire. Shooting crystal thingies. 50%. Do less damage whatever once you electrify all enemies. Okay. Here you go. This is Captain Boomerang.
I expected you'd have objections to my terraforming operations. Nevertheless, I am on the scale.
So he's got a boomerang attached to a speed force gauntlet right now. So he's able to do that kind of shit.
Greatest mind, my ass. Can't outsmart these blinds, right?
The rest of you are on your own.
I had a terraformer. I would build an ocean.
Alrighty. Alright, so Deadshot's interested in that one. Toyman. Alright, let's go with this one.
People, we've got civvies in need of rescue before they get dusted
hosted by Brainiac. See you at the spot. Oh, and there's science augments in it for you.
There we go.
A morally good act completed.
Whee! He looks too clean. We can make him dirtier. Hang on a second. Like we can make him a so
Pull the lever.
do not pull the lever. So we can give him that, and then he can have this. That's how you see him. This is how you see the typical Australian attire. This is him smart casual. But let's keep him topless. This is what he used to look like in the comics. This is what Captain Boomerang was in the comics, by the by. You need to draw me as Kronk. You haven't yet? Look at him. Look at this guy. But yeah, normally I like him in this, because, like, look at this. Perfect camp. Look at this. Look at this repping the Australian colors. You hate it? Alright, well. And then we have this one. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! All Aussies are from Mad Max. Alright, so we're gonna go with that one. So that's Captain Boomerang. This is King Shark. So, like, normally he has a shirt and shit like that, but, you know, we're letting him wear those. This is Harley Quinn, you've already seen. And this is Deadshot. Normally I have Deadshot like this. And all of those are store purchases, annoyingly enough. You're gonna go sign some forms tomorrow for the room? Hey! Great to hear! Hope you'll have a wonderful time.
I can release you from misery, Optus. Never again would you feel doubt or self-loathing. Doesn't that sound nice?
Nicolo is coming for you, Terrans.
Here at the place. We gonna save these
Critical hits only. If it's not critical, it's not important.
Toyman presented a whole research paper on this. Do you want to read it? Then just get out there and make your hits count.
Nice. Chippy chippy choppa choppa chippy chippy choppa choppa da 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 boom. Oh yeah, Toyman is a huge fan of the Justice League, hence why all of his like.
Misplaced science augments. Need help.
All right, come on, let's go, let's go. Do your thing.
Metropolitans, come out wherever you are. Oh, sure. Let's start a scan.
Kill 3 enemies with suicide strikes. Yep.
And find some of these folks. Whenever I scan, baddies show up. Kind of like a prize every time.
All right, so we need to rescue 4 civilians.
Getting a feeling that these guys aren't here to make a parade. We got a survivor.
Oh,
but
hello.
only if you're faster than the baddies.
Oh yeah, and we put him in a little Pokeball. When we grab the civilian, we put him in a little Pokeball to help, you know, keep him safe. Ow! The fuck shot me?
Boomerang? Anyone? From the eye of the sky.
a bad guy.
The blunder from down under. Here we go. Oh.
Well done. A single soul? What good will that do against my army?
Bus isn't full yet, but you're getting there.
Always trying to pull.
Seems like, you know.
Damn, I'm good.
Focusing on quit.
God damn it, all his like thingy-madiggies are off, so like.
He's racking up the kills without even trying!
Nope. God damn this thing!
Yeah, they got me. Don't all run over at once.
There we go. Now I don't have to deal with you.
Up high, putting them down low. Like a damn missile. It's kicking off at the dig and done shop.
Over there! Beat the evil aliens and save the civilian squad. Yeah! Targeting boomerang!
Oh, God, thank you.
You're coming with me.
What's on the combo?
Time for civilian search. Hang in there, innocent bystanders. Take those hostiles out. Civilian has taken a seat on the bus. You all are stellar at rescuing, but there's still space. Let's fill up this bus.
Oh no, they were healing.
I need you to be more enthusiastic than these bad guys.
Civilian, before it's too late. Jesus Christ, there's so many of them. Come on.
Yeah, I'm reloading.
I'm reading more evacuees incoming. TFX.
Did it.
Did you just do a good job?
That was crazy. Hopefully it wasn't like crazy loud for everyone, but there he is. Toyman can now provide augments.
But also by me. Kind of, because these next science augments are really something else. I'm super proud.
Ooh, red.
You're really gonna have a leg up on those aliens. And honestly, anybody
make the dream work. A neck bomb and a Captain Boomerang mod. Alright, so this one, let's see, what is this thing? Slide kills generate 10% squad ultimate, looks like a hero, feels like a hero. On second piece, 50% increased damage dealt to enemies in slow motion. Grenades now slow down any enemies hit and throw them in the air. Oh, hell yeah. Sure. Any new talents? Yeah, there is. Shotgun kills on enemies within 10 meters have a 25% chance to spawn a live grenade. Yes, please. Is there any better shotguns for him? Not really. Let's see. No nano thingy-majiggies. No nano thingy-majiggies. What gets it to... It doesn't say how to get a nano thingy-majiggy, which is not too... Oh, hello, contacts.
Beautiful. You've made for one very happy gerbil.
Yep, alright. So we got those out of the way. Now we gotta do rooftop playments are an easy one.
I got you in, but
10 scavengers.
$50 says you won't need cash where you're going.
Okay. Next mission. So, gun fun. Terraformally yours. Kill Brainiac, a 12th level threat. We cannot afford that because we do not have the P's. Reduces your bruises, boosts your damage, recharges your ability, and gain a hell of a lot more XP. Unlocks another slot for the contacts. Is that the only other? Okay, so there's two more for you, and then an affiliation thingy for you.
Yep. This looks like a devious way to piggyback more bandwidth from Brainiac systems for the contracts network.
Alright, let's go for the...
This Waller never has to know. You just hold open the virtual back door and let us work. Coordinates incoming.
Really feeling like hot shit? Let me show off a little.
Right.
Huh. Okay. Saving folks can feel all right. Looks like we're gonna spend a lot more time on Earth, too.
Look at it like a vacation. Exotic locales. Damn.
I hate the sun.
Sunsets like you wouldn't believe.
Afterburners, here we go. Done, work is done. Nice! Now you can watch as I fail as Deadshot. Oh my god, there's a giant woman.
Let's get this little side op rolling.
Oh, she's no longer giant. All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. A giant woman. Only take damage will go flying when harvested. That's gonna hurt. Use grenade, traversal attack, suicide, and leg shots to make enemies harvestable.
Just handle.
Are you a sniper yet? Kind of. Hi there, Kiaru.
And I will handle things back at the hall.
She
and
looks so
get
cool.
you more contracts.
Let's get this done before Waller and Flag start asking too many questions.
Focusing on the new target.
Good target call, Sharp. I'm taking it. Honestly, it's in the name.
Queen's getting fragged.
This terminal is under our control.
Terminal lost. It is back online. Have something nice, hot,
Identified a new target.
Go.
Terminal secured. Good for us, squad.
That's all aboard. Defending the enemy. Hardest-working digital presence on this earth.
I'm gonna love this.
Join the fray.
I can't connect to that terminal. Get it back.
Targeting another resistor.
Engaging booming target.
This one's locked down. Scanning. Enemies blocking me at the terminal.
Gotta kill some big aliens if you want to keep hack progress. Boomerang called a target. I'm on it.
Yes, Norton. But what if I allow you to get on down higher?
I'm the eye in the sky.
Great. I'll start scanning this one.
Shield regenerating.
Go.
Just a warm up.
Getting my hack on.
Earthlings are close to seizing my terminal. Do not let them.
Yep, I'm shooting with that shot.
We're close to locking down this terminal. Keep it clear. Stop those guys from facing that terminal.
Almost there. Sounds like the Suicide Squad franchise in a nutshell. What is it? People say gameplay is fun, but something fundamentally sucks. I think the thing that fundamentally sucks about it is that, like, the actual...
Updates incoming.
The moment-to-moment combat is still good. I think the problem is that because you're going between 4 different players, you have all this work done into making them very different in their traversal and their melees, which is already very different. Because here's the thing, Boomerang...
Your secret's safe with me. And Hooks. And anyone else running a packet sniffer. You're probably fine.
Keep going, keep going. Okay, so Harley Quinn, Boomerang, and King Shark and Deadshot, they all have different kinds of traversals, and they also have all the different kinds of melees. Now, Harley Quinn and King Shark are very much just a case of like, oh yeah, they're like, you know, they can do a little bit of like leaping to get to one thing or the other. But Harley Quinn's is more like can have a little bit of an area of effect because she's normally a hammer person, whereas King Shark is just, you know, slicing. Deadshot, meanwhile, however, his range, I feel like, is a lot further away than a lot of others because of the fact that he's using his wrist cannons, so they're like bullets and what have you. And Captain Boomerang is very much, you know, just a fun boomerang, and I think he has a lot more slow effects available to him than any of the other melees. But because we have these different traversals and melees, I think there was a little bit of a shortcoming in terms of how to, like, the difference in how the villains, the enemies, act. Because in Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight, not only did you have counters, but you also had dodges. Like, you had to do two different kinds of things. You couldn't do a counter on a dodge, and with counters, you could dodge, but it was more advantageous to do the counter to stay in the flow and what have you. This game does have that multiplayer thing like they did in Arkham City and all that, but there is no, like, dodge mechanic. There's just counters. And if you time it right, there's a perfect counter, but really that was something you can unlock with Arc Knight anyway. And then there's also the fact that, like, because it's all gun-based, there is no, you know, there's no critical hit kind of increasing the counter by placing your shots right, which I think is why they introduced the critical reload. Like, it does a lot of things fairly well, I feel, especially as far as early access games as a service games go, or actually in this case as just games as a service games go. I think we're just really upset because historically games made by studios that are not, you know, games as a service studios have not done very well, and they've, you know, shuttered the project after like a year or something like that. So BioWare, for instance, when they made Anthem, it wasn't anything BioWare was doing before, and like online stuff was not BioWare's thing. So you know, after a year it shuttered. It was a huge loss, and it was a risky project that EA decided to let BioWare do, which is very unfortunate, because what this means is that when studios want to experiment with shit, I still like Anthem. A lot of people were very much, you know, hesitant of going into Anthem just because it was done by BioWare. We want, like, as much as consumers want to say we want the developers to make the games that they want to make and have fun and what have you, what we really are saying is, play the games that we want to play. And that's it. That's all the consumer with their wallet is normally saying. Not 7%, and you're crying. Same. But I think that's one of the critical problems, is that there's a bit of a disconnect with the consumer empathizing with the developer and their studio versus the purchasing practices of the consumer, because Asmongold did it in a very fucking terrible fucking line, and Josh Strife Hayes said it a lot better. But because we're consumers, our only way of being able to, you know, convey our desires and such is through our wallets. And because of that, I don't like Asmongold either. The way he tweeted about oh, we don't care about the artists and shit was very rude. It was cruel, and it went beyond the point he was trying to make, because he has a business degree. The thing he was talking about was that the habits of the consumer have not been in line with the sentiment online. Asmongold did not explain that very well. Asmongold fucking opened with a terrible line of oh, we don't care about the artist's feelings. It's no, don't do that. And what's more is, as a content creator slash, you know, someone that's supposedly having hundreds of thousands of people watching and keeping an eye on your word, then it's important that you articulate yourself in a fashion so then that way, if it does get interpreted by, you know, the larger companies and such, because here's the thing, is that companies don't really care about 100 voices or hundreds of thousands of voices that are speaking for one person or something. They do care about voices heard by thousands of people. Now, someone told me that Asmongold is laughed at by the developers and shit. So, no one from WoW gives him the time of day. Palworld didn't give him an early access code, and he was begging for it, but Palworld gave early access codes to everyone else. There are moments like that where, you know, Asmongold thankfully is not being seen as people giving him the time of day of taking his word seriously and such. Great. We still have the Western markets going to people like DPF or whatever his name is, where it's just this streamer with like he has like 200 views or some shit, and it's in my history. I bet you if I go to my, let me get the guy's name again, because it is honestly hilarious. Hi there, Alcuris. Alcuris, do you know the name of the streamer? It's like three characters, and it's like beginning with the letter D, and he's just absolutely terrible at critical thinking and puzzle games. Zelda. Not QC, XQC, not him. He's just a goblin that does minimal whatsamahoozies. Alright, so it's not Zelda. Puzzle? Hang on. DSP, thank you, Kiaru. I've probably mentioned this already, but it might be, is it DSP? Hang on, give me a second. Yeah, so let me just get the fucking let me just get the video again, because honestly, this video, it's like, I know, like, DSP, so he is not that great at puzzles. And what's more is some people are like, oh, you know, when people stream and such like that. Hang on a second, the video is having a very hard time buffering. I'm doing so many things at once, it doesn't know how to handle me. Here we go. We're doing our best. We are doing our best. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. Alright, copy video URL. Alrighty. Oh, thank you for the raid, Alcuris! Hi, welcome. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so there's the YouTube video. Sorry, Alcuris, that, like, there's your shout out. Sorry, I just have to talk about, because, like, that guy, he's not that big of a streamer or anything like that. But he was used as a reference by the Santa Monica Studios for how the developers, like, they used him as an exemplar for, oh, this is why we've adjusted how we do our puzzles in God of War Ragnarok. So the reason, like, the whole, you know, why the puzzles in God of War Ragnarok give you a hint so soon and shit like that is because of streamers like DSP and such popping up randomly, where they're just absolutely terrible at the game. And it's one of those cases of like, darn you. Why him? Why this disgruntled old white man? Granted, there's me, GrantZeebs, a white man behind a zebra, but, like, I try not to, so yeah. But Josh Drive Hayes explained it a little bit better, which is the case that the public sentiment online does not match the purchasing trends of the consumer. As much as we want to, like, as much as we, you know, objected to Hogwarts Legacy and such, a lot of people wanted to play it because a lot of people are fans of Hogwarts, and a lot of people just did not care about J.K. Rowling and didn't think she was going to be getting any money from Hogwarts Legacy. It's less about the fact that she got money from Hogwarts Legacy, because, by the by, it was an IP thing. She already got her money before the game was even done. But because of the success of Hogwarts Legacy, it then demonstrates to, you know, shareholders and, you know, producers and publishers that, oh, you can still make money with the Harry Potter IP. It's not like Game of Thrones where, you know, when season 6 and 7 went off, god damn it. It's not like when season 6 and 7 went off where everyone left Game of Thrones. No one touched it. Everyone just dropped that shit so quickly. Very rarely is public sentiment that's seen online actually affect the bottom dollar, and Game of Thrones is like the exception to the rule, and it's a demonstration of the rule, where it's all about the consumer thing. Because when season 7 came out, barely any people wanted to watch it, barely anyone bought onto the DVDs or, you know, joined onto HBO and such. Any marketing that was associated with Game of Thrones, like, you know, branding-wise and such like that, dropped. So there was that. Meanwhile, Hogwarts Legacy was seen as very popular. It made a lot of sales. It broke a lot of, like, trends. And it's because they were like, oh, we did better than we expected and shit. Which then demonstrated, oh, hey, who gives a shit about J.K. Rowling and her transphobia-ness? Harry Potter is still popular. We'll make a TV show. And then, you know, problematic is she still gets money. a lot of folks grew up reading the books, not knowing what JK was really like. Yeah, I grew up with the books as well. And then I learned afterwards, like, what JK was like. And I'm in the same sort of stance as Daniel Radcliffe, Rupert Grint, and Emma Watson. They understand. They got their start because of Hogwarts. And a lot of people she got hired for writing TV series. Yeah, I think she got hired for a Game of Thrones episode at one point. But yeah, those three, they understand. They got a lot of their, fame and riches and what have you from Harry Potter. And even as they distance themselves from Harry Potter, though, they do accept that this is being like a franchise that is near and dear to people's hearts. And to those people, it's not indicative of them being transphobic or anything like that. Because the thing is that there are some people that are like really lovely people and are allies and what have you, and they happen to also like Harry Potter. So you have like this very difficult thing where, the art being separated from the artist for something like, H.G. Wells or H.P. Lovecraft is very easy to do because those H's are dead. Whereas J.K. Rowling is very much alive. So separating the art from the artist is very hard to do when, she's still alive and she can, support whatever the fuck she wants. So, yeah. But anywho, so Hogwarts Legacy, everyone on the internet was like, oh, don't go for this because it's done by J.K. Rowling. It's going to be funding the, anti-trans movements and what have you. It still made a lot of money. It's why, despite the fact that we demand single player, experiences, narrative-driven story games, video games like FIFA Ultimate is still one of the biggest sellers to EA, the company. And it's not even by a small margin. It's why King, the developers of Candy Crush Saga and all the other mobile games, is the biggest moneymaker to Activision Blizzard. It's not World of Warcraft. It's despite the fact that World of Warcraft will it will release a mount, and in about 2 weeks, it sells more in that 2 weeks than StarCraft 2 did in the last 2 or 3 years. Even after all that, King is still, mobile games is still way more, profitable and all that kind of money-making than many of the other games in Activision Blizzard. That's the problem. Asmongold didn't really, explain that very well when he did his fucking, artist thingamadiggy, but the trends of the consumer do not match the narrative they say and what their wallet
This is some
does.
real supervillain shit. I'll take it.
Ooh, a neck bomb.
Ooh, you cannot put a price on this stuff.
Alrighty, so both of these are hacky shit. What does the hacky thing do? Plus 3% passive traversal attack and suicide strike resource. I will definitely accept that because that does a whole lot more for me. And then what does this do for me? Frozen enemies thing. Alright, frozen enemies thing, pick up radius. Yeah. To make all hits harvestable. Give you unlimited firearm ammo for 7 seconds. Hell yeah. And then...
Hacks always on about cybercrime, but nothing beats the real thing.
Wait, do we have one with the penguin? No, we don't. Okay. And there we are with my shirt broken, I'm sorry to say. Asmon might be right about a few things, but some of their takes... Here's the thing, is that take he had was overt. Ignore the fact that my shirt is broken while I'm hyper himboed.
No, not the property values.
Go save Johnny Taxpayer a couple of bucks and take out that gun.
There we go.
Eager, Lawton. But you have my attention. Game on.
There is no injury more stinging than the loss of knowledge. And we have stung Brainiac greatly.
Actually, I wonder, is it because... Hang on a second. Node graphs. Avatar setup. Okay, hang on a sec. Outfit default. load avatar 2024. Send signal. So it's this avatar here. Ignore the fact that I can fix this. There we go. Ding dong. Nope, shirt is still doing something funky. Hello there. Avatar selection. Remove avatar. Add. 2024. GrantZeebs AR kit. Oh no, it's VR. So it does say VRM AR kit. Not okay. I'm gonna need to go back and fix my shirt another day. It seems. What a shame. Also, hi, Sir Dragon. Nintendo's about to air their Legend of Zelda concert on YouTube. Concert? What? Do you mean like a musical concert?
Doesn't your daughter deserve a future? The two of you will thrive in my new world. Think of the possibilities, the family bonding.
You got something.
Is that gonna be a tank? No, it's not. Cool.
Multiply your force, Deadshot.
Roger that, Quinn. Firing on your target.
Brainiac has reclaimed the justice.
Suicide.
League's body. Perhaps he has the means to restore them.
All veiny and brainwashed and shit. No thanks. Even if they weren't.
I'm good about Lantern and Batman being gone.
Miss Wonder Woman, though. And Flash was kind of cute when he was murderous. And spitballing here. It's still good, kid.
Let's focus on killing Brain Boy, Carl.
Nintendo Live 2024 Tokyo event. Ah, okay.
All witnessed the Suicide Squad's coordinated attacks on the Brainiac's war machine. What can we expect in this new phase of the Resistance? I was able to make contact with the representative for the Joint Chiefs Council coordinating with armed forces here in the city. Without divulging specifics of the plan's tactics, I told that Resistance forces here targeting Brainiac's war machine.
Sibs are clear. Give yourselves a pat on the back.
Metropolis. All citizens are encouraged.
That's a big damn gun. Let's take it out, squad.
What happened to the parade?
What do you mean? You don't see that?
You know what's going on here? This is a fun show. You must not be from the job.
Brainiac's planted that thing in the city, and it is not going without a fight. So fight it.
New sequence. Dodge this, Earthlings.
Cannons try to zap us! Really not get stopped up.
Deploying artillery. Sometimes the cannon beats the scalpel.
That's enough for me. Time to hit the cannon with these. Hack just lit up the Terminot chumps. Let's get him. This thing just showed its belly. Hit it with everything you got.
You do well to remember all of your bodies are weak points.
Engaging the sharp thing.
I wouldn't want the fight to be too lopsided. This keeps it engaging. yourself against these deadly charge walls. Suppress the Earthlings with artillery.
Focus.
Hey, get your mitts on some of those Terminaut junk!
Too slow, chump.
My warriors, the ideal scenario is the Earthlings do no damage. You're capable of putting your minds together to shoot something. Initiate new firing sequence.
Look out! Artillery!
Oh boy, that's a big explosion. Also, I just realized my arms decide to glitch again without me realizing it.
Collect the Terminaut remains. There are only hope against the weapon.
I do my own air support.
Not our sacred mission.
Go Judge! We'll just be over here, I guess.
That's all objectives done. Colonel Black?
You'll run out of ammunition eventually, Lawton.
Colonel!
I can wait.
Maybe the lights dead.
Another tank cannon out of Metropolis.
Oh.
Good job taking out the trash,
Take out
TFX.
the ocean. So yeah, that's why I try and optimize. This is why I try and reduce the amount of resources that my Zebra might be running when, like, plugged into things and what have you. So then that way, there's less likelihood of, you know, resource-intensive stuff bottoming out the CPU or the GPU.
Now we're talking about the premium enthusiast gear. Well,
Hey,
always
new
wanted one of
new
these.
wrist launchers. All right, let's have a look. What's this one like? Less damage, more same ammo gained. Shield harvest no longer gives shield pickups, but damage buffs. No, not that one. When you hit your overshield recharge, you start losing 10% of your shield every second until your shield completely depletes. While your shield is depleting, your critical hits increase by... Ah, these are some weird moves.
Is it flexing time again? Cool.
Alright. And then... Next one. Collect the rewards for raising hell. 20 enemies airborne, 60 enemies, kill 10 enemies in Baker Line, destroy 2 rooftop up attachments, kill 15 enemies with grenades. Enough?
Didn't break a sweat. Guns hot, team. Targeting the bug farm. Back me up.
I will crush upon them.
That crystal's off the grid. Incubator shield can take all we got. Bust the crystals first.
Lovely.
Hey, new squad skills.
Choice is yours.
I forgot that was a thing. At 20%, at 20 combo and higher, successful counters increase. Oh, these are by 50%. Critical hits generate 2% shields. Critical enemy kills remove 15% jetpack heat buildup.
When it's kill shot time on an incubator, I hand deliver.
Going off mission. Did I not make my terms clear enough?
All surviving units, do not let the female clown make you look like fools.
Excuse my bullet spread, Deadshot.
There we go.
Dispatch the assassin, quickly. He's making you look weak.
Stay still, Quinn. But I thought we were fighting.
That troop's still protecting this crystal. Gotta keep ahead of the crystals regenerating. What, he raised the hell out of that? Hell raising? Boy, mate, we're raising heaps of hell. 3 drops left.
Observe, units. You would be wise to end Nanawe before he ends you.
All right, take this incubator out.
Nope. Did it.
In your area are back online. Hey, feel free to resume the bat hunt.
Did it. Hang on, I just need to fix it. There we go. No trip. And 21 gun salute. What's 21 gun salute? Melee hits on air, which can be counted will do my damage and send them flying. Nice. Oh, that's why I had that. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep to... What's this one doing? Yep. Alright. Continuing on to that one.
Mobile symbiotes detected. Sorry, I mean, Lucinotes.
Did our good deed. Kept the books balanced. Yeah. Boost dropping out. We want the Terminaut driving this thing. Open up. High value bug target. Real high value.
Ugh, I hate poking around in nasty bug tech. Nice job, though.
There we go.
Argus thanks you for your selfless and uncoerced contribution.
Is there another... There it is.
Oh, my fitness app is getting this.
I ain't obligated to save any more of these jokers.
Here we go.
Do you know what it costs me to produce one of those machines?
Not sold on the method of bombing these
They're gonna have
terraformers?
whole worlds worth
But
of
I
raw
can't...
material.
Escort detail was never my thing.
Afflict enemies with grenades, knock them to the ground, perform ground bounces or slides.
Yeah.
3,
For you,
4.
I'll have to come up with a whole new kind of enhanced unit.
I'm
Oh, there they are.
Opening up on your target, Shark.
Oh, tower vulnerable.
Down. Take the shot. Get the payload moving again. Got phasing activity. A new signal tower. That signal tower is stalling our bomb. Don't let it. Take him out. Stop this priority target from scanning the payload. Current target, boomerang.
The classic combo.
Get this one back!
Skullship's microwave emitter is arming. Toyman, shield the payload. You four, get your asses behind that shield. Yes, Mom. Miss Waller. Get to the payload shield now.
There we
I
go.
don't have time to replace you.
That's a new mechanic. Normally, oh, there it is.
Are we sure the shields will hold up to more blasts?
Where's the next terraformer?
How have they made it this far? They're not the greatest minds in this sector.
Enemy stays in. They're all over the payload, and you're not. Tower is vulnerable, Task Force X. You should know the drill by now.
Let's see what
Another
we've got for
level.
you.
Critical reloads have 100% chance to generate combo. Shield harvest chance is increased by 25 on critical hits. Critical reloads while airborne reduces jetpack heat buildup by 30%. This can only happen once every 10 seconds. Yep, that's fine.
You're entering the final operational phase. Don't screw it up now. One of the enemies is scanning at an increased rate. Target them.
Come on, not now! I'm all over Shark target. I hear you, Quinn. Attacking your target.
Late. We located Raiden. One more hell, the job is done.
Keep fighting through the arming sequence. That's what you're there for.
Right away. No place to hide. Aiming for dead shot.
Woo! Thank you for the follow there, Aussie Gamer. I'd be playing as the Aussie right now, but I'm right now playing as Deadshot.
Discriminate slaughter, dead shot. Ha-ha!
Casting a shark creature.
New Kolu. You must admit, it sounds so much more resonant than Earth.
Focusing on boomerang. There is no refuge.
Okay, Shark, let's take your target down.
We're unshielded. Defense coming up.
Won't ignore dead shot.
this time.
They can still phase out the payload. Don't let that happen.
Plastic boomerang.
I'm focusing on your target, Deadshot.
Look, Deadshot to bits.
Scramble their signals. Take them out. My kind of crossfire, Quinn. My kill count is sky high.
There we go.
Outstanding work setting back Brainiac's War Machine Task Force X.
Ooh, gotta love that explosion.
With a little focus and a lot of...
And that's another of the fucking terraforming dildos out of the way. Did it. Oh, excuse me. Pop and drop, which is an epic. Legendary is the bang.
Hardware.
What's bang? Limit to 1 grenade at the time, but... Alright, how does this compare to... Alright, so same sort of thing. The difference is... I don't have the green, which is the pickup radius, but... Oh wait, no, this one does have the pickup radius. Yeah, this one has more things. It has less healing, but it has higher damage. Plus... shield regenerate for each enemy hit with a grenade. Yep, alright. Might as well. How's this one? Yeah.
You rise above your many limitations.
Nice. Alright, let's try... Alright, so that's for Toyman. So that's our next
Bringing down
mission.
our first Brainiac will be a team operation. While you engage his forces, you're...
Don't forget to save the civilians from Brainiac's drones to rank up your care package and get better rewards. Also, save their lives or whatever. Save their lives or whatever. You're the Suicide Squad. It's not important for you to be heroes.
working with you on this important mission.
Right now it'll be uncommon, which is rank 2.
Hero out.
I didn't get to meet Batman, Mom. We're not in Gotham or Metropolis. We're far away from all that.
Welcome to Toyman HQ, Deadshot. Look around while I freak out. I'm just
Gold
engineering stuff
Kryptonite.
for real-life, world-saving legends.
Green, Yellow Lantern, and the Speed Force thing. Meanwhile, the modifications are for net bombs. And then we have it for the grenades. Then we have the different traversals and the shields. Unlock through story.
So now that we're part of Task Force X, are we like deputized or something? We're like slick government guys, huh? That make you Agent Deadshot.
There we go.
Sipping
yeah, I
Time
can
sponsored by Serdragonx88.
Thank you for the sippies. Alright, there we go. So now we are Deadshot. Or sorry, not Deadshot. We're Captain Boomerang. And this is what he looks like. Because I customized him. Because Emu Fur very much wanted a Mad Max crazy sort of Australian. Because she is also Australian. I don't know. If I understood the machinations behind a woman's like preferences and things like that, I would most certainly have a girlfriend at this point, but I do not.
I'm offering you a greater
And that's for
reality
more
than
reasons than just,
this
you know, unable to
All your
understand the
wildest
machinations
desires.
of women and their
Even more than
desires.
unlimited tinnies.
Unlimited tinnies? Is that one of his desires? Unlimited tinnies? Did you... Chat.
Did any of you think Brainiac was gonna be,
Next
I don't
dialogue.
know, bigger?
Hello.
Finally, someone said it. He's only, what, 15 feet tall? I've seen basketball players taller than that.
No, you haven't.
Oh, so the world's greatest battery! Scout! You haven't seen every player?
Seen the person that told us so.
Threatened by tall people just got
Terminating Chris.
Oh, great job, team! That's another plan executed. Okay, here's a new set of objectives for you.
Messing up your day!
So yeah, this is good. As a girl, I don't know what girls like. But you know what you like, don't you?
Metropolis, this is Lois Lee.
Brainiac's got some super tough bad guys in your tail. Probably watch out.
I'm gonna take it as a compliment.
Normal operation
Oh, there it is.
outside the combat zone was familiar with ongoing research in indicator technology. According to the studies conducted by both CEO and Star Labs metallurgists, materials in Brainiac's war machines should be considered
Here we go.
highly toxic.
And that's his traversal move.
Destroyed half of Brainiac's war machines. While that's definitely good for Metropolis in the near term, my sources
If it's carnage you want, Harley, I can provide it for you endlessly.
There you go.
I'll enjoy
Burger?
stripping those boomerangs from
Where?
you, Heartless.
Where's a burger?
cities avoid open air or, if possible, wear face covering.
Expendable units, a lot of them. You, however, have only made things more difficult for yourselves.
Focusing on a new...
Clear the blast zone!
Hey, Boomer's acting real positive.
That's how it's done. On to the next Hellraiser.
God, I love his shotgun.
Guess this is basically an ordinary...
Everyone likes burgers. Yeah, no, fair enough. I like burgers. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love burgers. It was a huge problem. For about like three paychecks in a row this year, I was living paycheck to paycheck.
Feels like we
Because
chose the wrong...
shut up, Boomerang. Because 3 paychecks in a row, I was living paycheck to paycheck because I was spending too much money on either furry commissions or Uber Eats deliveries. And when I mean a lot, I mean like I probably spent like in a week, I probably spent like 150 or more on Uber Eats deliveries, and I needed to get rid of that shit. So this week, I have not gone for any fast food delivery apps. I've not gone for DoorDash. I've not gone for Uber Eats. I had a burrito, but I like walked, but I was like, I was in the place for the burritos. And so far I've spent about $100 on groceries, like at the start of the week, back on like Tuesday, I think it was, when I got paid. I'd hit depressive episodes and be ordering twice a day sometimes. Oh, Morse, you do that is so close to home. I don't know if, because here's the thing is like I don't think I'm a hangry sort of person. I think I'm like because here's the thing is like at the end of the day at work, oh, I had a bad day, and then it's like, you know, I'm on the train ride and I order like, you know, my McDonald's meal, and it's like, but the thing is I don't order one McDonald's meal because it's not worth the delivery, so I get like 2 McDonald's meals thinking that's worth the delivery. And then, you know, it gets to the weekend, and then it's like, oh, I've not, you know, it's been such a lazy sort of day, and then I order in then. So it's like, anytime I order, it's like $40 to $50 that I'm spending, and sometimes it was like, I gotta order 2 meals to make it worth. Yeah, I gotta order 2 meals to make it worth, and those 2 meals would basically be my meals for the day or something like that. But what ends up happening then is that I'm spending like $150 or more a week on fast food, which isn't great. So right now I spent like $100 on groceries so far, and that was back on Tuesday to pay for my lunches and dinners. And so far I've not gone for Uber Eats or DoorDash. I went for a burrito Tuesday lunchtime, but that was because I was, you know, I got out of the grocery store and there was a burrito place, and I went into the burrito place to get a burrito. So yeah, that one was like a bit of a bendy of the rules kind of thing. But I've not gone out to eat or anything like that. Not a fan of cooking. Oh, what I used to be. I used to like cooking. I used to have, like, I could do the special fried rice. I did a potato bake one time. I would do the curry and rice. And what's more is, like, if I had to, like, cheap it out, oh, you get your pasta, you get your protein. It might be the beef, it might be the chicken. You get that protein cooked, you get your pasta cooked, you get your preferred pesto. You mix that all together, and there you go. There's your meal. It's got your it's got your carbs and it's got your protein. I used to do that. I used to do the cooking and what have you, but you're like living on your own or living with housemates that didn't encourage, like, you know, like a clean workspace or wanting to do cooking with you or anything like that, made it like it made it hard just trying to do it, especially when, like, if you do it and over time the work the feeling of work to the reward of cooking was not the same. Ghost Lord, thank you for the follow. Wait, was that me that made that button happen? Hang on. No, it was. Okay, cool. So yeah, so after I moved out from from the home that had, like, you know, back in Toowong, I'm just gonna say it. Back when I was living in Toowong, yeah, I was cooking then. But then the previous place I was in before here, like, between the years, like, over time, I just, you know, just didn't like cooking, which is a little unfortunate. I get it. I don't mind cooking, but spending like an hour prepping food for just one person who I happen to know would be just as happy with a microwave. Exactly. And that's where I'm at right now, is I've got, so actually, I feel really proud of myself for this one. I have like the ready cook meals. You know, the ones from like Woolies or Kohl's where it's like, oh, you get 2 packs for like $14, and it's like meant to be a serving, and it's like you put it in the microwave for like 2 minutes, you let it stand for a minute, and then bon appetit, there you go. So I've got those, but I've also got like some, granted it's already marinated and shit, but I got some pork steaks and some beef steaks. I used the pork steaks last night as because I don't need to eat that much. When I'm, like, cooking for myself and shit, I don't need to eat that much. I can get, like, granted, when I mean I don't eat that much, I mean I don't eat that much variety. Like, I will eat just the protein, or I'll eat just the carbs, or I'll eat just the vegetables. No. That's not how you do granted. That's not how you do granted. You do granted like this. Like this, with the hyphen, not grant. Not grant. Like grant. Get it right. As my moderator, you should get these things. Anywho, so when I mean I don't eat very much, I mean I don't do a diverse thing. So for example, I got a 2-pack. So there was like 2 pork steaks in the pack. I cooked both the pork steaks, and I had those for dinner. I didn't have any pasta. I didn't have any, like, frozen veggies or anything like that. I just had the 2 pork steaks, and that's it. And I was like, yep, nope, that seems about right. I'm good. I don't need to eat anymore. Today, I had my coffee for breakfast. For lunch, I had one of the microwavable meals, and then as a snack, I had popcorn. And then I had, like, for dessert, because I wasn't feeling much for dinner because I had the popcorn. And then for dessert, I've just had, like, a scoop or 2 of ice cream that I had, which I haven't had in a long time. Oh, Jesus, I wasn't meant to do that.
And now Mommy's mad at us. Or something like that.
What you doing, Waller, huh? Narcissistic dad, overly controlling mom. Just like old times.
Switching talk of dysfunctional family.
Oh, there you go, big boy. Build
Speak for yourself. Ain't no flies in the log.
Yeah.
Okay, Dad of the Year.
Woo! Contract's done.
Look, anybody tells you this reward
I am honestly curious what it would be like. If I budget myself again, I should probably have a look at what it would cost to have, like, my meals prepped for me. Like, because you know how there's,
Does it
like,
consume
U-foods,
Captain
that's
Boomerang?
it. Like,
The desire to know what I was going to offer you.
Ooh, what does this do? A walk in the park. Select the difficulty. So if we go best pay attention. Pay. And then ready up. Legit, I get back $200 of meal prep last me nearly 3. Oh, okay. So $200 of meal prep lasts you 3 weeks.
Bloody hell!
Cool. I was like, I thought, like, for some reason when I saw the word last, I thought it was supposed to I thought the next word would be last year or last week or last day. So when I saw like, you know, meal prep lasts me. So yeah, I was just oh, where are we now? Select mission.
Strike mission on Brainiac's Tattervault is a go. We're working on that shield as we speak. First priority is to pick your route. Time's ticking and you have ancillary objectives to clear before hitting the vault. Now it's on you, Task Force X. Take this extra-dimensional asshole out.
Guys, I bring the ruckus.
Oh, that's how they're doing it. Each loss by an enemy increases their damage by and also increases the damage it takes by. If you harvest an enemy, you remove their armor and get a 25%. This can stack up 10 times. Regain when they damage players or other enemies. On death, players explode.
Task Force X's attack is on. Let him draw focus before we step up our cyber attack on that shield.
We'll need a surge of stimuli to keep Brainiac's network overloaded. In other words, you should kill everything.
You think they need to be told that?
Okay, Mom, Dad, we gotta go. Bye.
Okay, Mom, Dad, bye.
Ha-ha! Yes!
There we go.
Protecting your mark.
Pedal to the metal.
There we go. I finally
Laying down fire.
This is an assault rifle.
Drink to this.
This is a shotgun, not an assault rifle. They did a real shit job of selling me in the doing Factor at the moment, which is sort of the same thing. It's pricey, but a week of dinners is still cheaper than 3-4 cash meals. Factor. Oh, but you're in the States. I don't know if Factor is available in Australia. I've seen Factor because of Bricky's YouTube videos, but I'm not 100% certain if it's in Australia. Australia is expensive for food prep. Like, I don't know if it's just because, like, you know, because Australians will say of like, oh, the quality of like meal, or not meal prep, but like food preservation or something like that is like really strong in Australia or whatever, but I don't know if that's like as true compared to the United States. But yeah, food in Australia is more, it costs more in Australia than it does in the US, here and there.
There it is. Can't wait to be renowned across time and space for squishing bugs.
Oh my god, there's like several different inhibitors. What the hell?
I'm basically got the drop on. Alien bastards can't protect this crystal if they're dead!
diverting attention by removing this enemy presence with extreme prejudice.
No worries. I bloody love prejudice. Against aliens.
Oh, thanks for the clarification, Captain Boomerang. I almost thought for a second you were racist.
Roll up your sleeves and off this incubator. Got all this and
yep.
I have multiple facilities standing by.
Stabbing butts. Oh, speaking of stabbing butts, hang on a second. Morse, check this shit out. Hang on, you ready for this? Oh, that wasn't it. Okay, never mind. It will pop up another time. There will come a time... Captain Boomerang is a very, like, terrible man when it comes to his,
Get to this twist with all these bloody aliens around!
Ensure that incubator continues production.
Aliens.
Pray below.
Wouldn't say aggravated assault. Get a wriggle on! Crystals are regrowing! What time is it? It's incubator blood and guts time!
The now has gone berserk. All units, maintain your distance.
Skill shot.
Oh.
Fine! At least tell my next of kin, what's his name?
And...
Incubator's guts are showing. Get in there, mate.
The crystals regenerated as if by magic.
Yep, and killed an incubator. Feeling a bit crook after doing it too. You asked for it. Oi!
Got fucking lasered. Alright, noted.
The flaming dream work!
New target sighted.
Quiet, thanks for the setup.
What? The crystals are picking themselves back up!
Special delivery.
How'd I end up in this poison bullshit again? Incubator shields down! Pile on! Roll up your sleeves and off this incubator!
Alright, so that gets rid of F.
Mate!
You can't unhear this guy as Junkrat? I'm curious if it is the same VA as Junkrat now.
Across the remaining incubators. The system endures.
Incubator guys! Muck in and kill this bloody incubator!
It is the same VA? Okay.
Rip to the incubator!
Is that because there isn't that many Australian VAs in the States?
Get the boot in on these guys and then the crystal! Hope yous are ready to shoot this incubator up. I sure am.
Dodge this, Quinn!
Oh, god damn you.
Oh, sure, take your time. I can't feel my bloody legs.
Targeting dead shot.
Oh, okay, so it gives us a nerf on the
Bash this incubator. It's your flaming moment.
Yep. Daniel Lepine.
Showed off a bit with that incubator, but I looked cool, right? shithouse!
That's all for you.
Incubator's guts are showing. Get in there, mate. Ha-ha! Now we're cooking with gas. Anything else need reckon?
The shield protecting Brainiac.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, good thinking, Sharko.
Surprise, that still is a block.
There we go. And then reload.
What's the Earthling term? Flies in the ointment. Buzz along now.
Toy truck on a planet gone down the dummy. Sounds like a job. Better kill these assholes first.
It's a talent.
Oh, that's right. They have the explosion.
Identified a new target.
We'll take care of your target, Sharko!
Got it, Chaser!
I will crush upon them.
Defenses coming online.
You lack the finesse of your squad mates, Boomerang, but even a blunt instrument has its place.
Gather enemy data.
Sand and violence. Now this is starting to feel a bit more like home.
Okay, we're starting with some pretty wide scans.
All right, here we go.
Which will bring a lot of Brainiac's guys right down on top of you. Sorry.
You gotta get these data buggers to the truck.
And go head to head with the best of you.
Oh, I need to get this.
I knew this wouldn't be a challenge for you guys. Already halfway through.
He's going out in flames. Get a wriggle on.
You'll overcome your target, Boomerang.
More butts left to kick. I mean, not a handful.
I'll get your target for you, Deadshot. Oh, crap. Forgot that I have to drop the data off at the truck.
There we go.
Can't stay and watch him grow.
Whoa! Time to send the aliens packing and take our data? You better get to the safe zone. Redeploying the truck to the next location. You can all catch up, right?
Question
Wow,
is, where
I'm
is
seeing
the
a lot of noise in the readings, even accounting for you being in a parallel universe.
I get concussions for all the guys shooting at us.
Pretty kind. Just focus on getting to the new location so we can keep this alien busting going. Just one.
Wait. Each 1% regains when they damage players or other.
Wow. I'm seeing some pretty awful wasteland stuff, and it's like a glimpse into the bad future, you know?
some guys?
Yeah, like a
whatever you
flattened
drink,
possum.
it's on me. Got some data. Old jacket is filling up quick. Where's that truck at? No shelter from that squid. Show you my thing.
Yeah, right in the asshole.
Units, disarm Harkness before he embarrasses you further.
Scorched earth, assholes. Pain in the ass juggling guns and data. I should make a drop.
Where is the truck? There's the truck.
Double this data, and we're out of here. Hey, don't mess with the best.
Gotta get these data buggers to the truck.
There we go.
Perfect. That's all
Next death pulse.
Now I gotta zap some meaning. Solid work, toy man. Task Force X. Let's proceed to the next phase.
Oh, okay, so we looped around.
Everything's in motion for us to breach that vault. So listen carefully. I'm only gonna say this once. First, you get in position and we drop the shield.
Can you say it twice? I'm not so great with verbal direction.
Second, you go in and neutralize Brainiac. Third, you bring him back.
The second step is an endangerment of life. I like it.
Your support squad is standing by. We should be able to phase in assistance.
You mean we'll be able to, right?
Good luck, Task Force X.
How's a bloke supposed to celebrate when they keep coming?
Oh, here we go.
Boomer, you better not be taking ears and shit.
Australians don't take ears.
Skill shot.
They don't, right?
Focusing on the shark thing.
They don't take ears. That's not a thing, right? Alright. Hey, shield's gone. Does this mean we now face Brainiac? There he is.
Ah, the Suicide Squad.
Hi.
A fitting moniker, given how the next few minutes will proceed. A bit on the nose, possibly.
Okay, Brainiac.
Any final words, Tyrant? Make them memorable! Because this group is easily distracted.
Thank you, King Shark.
Oh, how about this? I'm going to break your bodies, hollow out your minds, and rebuild you as my pets.
With what? Your special brain powers? Ain't gonna work this time.
No, I thought we'd try something a bit different, just for fun.
Oh.
My name's Vril Dox. I'm the fastest man alive.
Oh, hey, it's basically the Flash.
You see, my terminals also enhance me. Through them, I can reshape this body for battle, command the Speed Force, eliminate you. let this body be compromised. Regenerating now.
Enemies, prepare for disassembly!
Now that I'm back on form, shall we continue?
Remember, the couplers protect you from Speed Force attacks. So if they run out, it'll be extremely bad.
These destructive capabilities are most pleasing.
There he is.
I'm being drawn into your silly little earthling struggles. Time for a mind cleanse.
Engaging the surf thing!
Regroup!
I need Zax. I'm sending some venomous little helpers. Out. Over.
Targeting boomerang!
Ah, did I not mention this body is designed to regenerate?
Dead idea strikes again.
Oh, it probably grabbed all the all the ads.
Well, aren't you clever? This is what you wanted. Take your best shot.
Explosion imminent!
God damn, I can barely see him because of all the purple.
I did not expect this level of banality, Task Force X. All good leaders know when to send in the cavalry.
Targeting Deadshot!
Give it up for my shield!
Me and Daphne have a surprise for you. Toxic afflictions.
Not sure how I feel about chemical warfare, but I hate to waste stuff.
One moment, Task Force X, and this body will be restored. Oh.
Oh, he's looking a bit crook there. Can't hack a little poison.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's how I can do a big debuff on him.
Your anomalies with a misplaced confidence in common. Yes, it seems I will have to oversee your subjugation directly. I fear I'm losing my impartiality. It's best that I take a step back.
Quinn is in the area. New target, Harley Quinn.
I'm intrigued. What is it you think you're fighting for? Each other?
You are going to be so pleased with the gifts I'm sending you. I didn't make these afflicted plans for landscaping, you know.
You know, I can't possibly let this body be compromised. Regenerating now.
So all those should be poisoned.
Ooh, I think Red's affliction gave him brain freeze.
I see. That's how it is. Very well.
Ain't no way those alien freaks will see this coming. I'm sending a fully armed vehicle to your position, Task Force X. You're welcome.
Well, this has been entertaining, but I must end our little tussle. Ship, activate extermination protocol. Let's see how you fare against this.
Recon! Fully stocked with deadly ordnance.
That's quite enough from you.
Oh, my baby, no! Oh, the horror, the horror. Anywho, time to work on a new one.
Blow one up! Enemies, prepare for disassembly!
I'm learning a great deal about my capacity for extreme violence.
Get out before it blows!
I've been waiting for an opportunity to test this. Ah, my projections predicted something akin to this. I never intended to experience it. But ultimately,
Yes! We defeated him.
Now, where were we?
You were gonna piss on him, weren't you? Yep, you were gonna piss on him.
We must escape with our quarry.
Do you plan to carry him the entire way to Earth 1?
Yeah.
Who says I can't?
Squad 5. Tiny Brainiac, 0.
All right. That was pretty good.
So, if you weren't here for the previous stream, basically we took on the Batman. Batman fell unconscious, and King Shark is, because like Harley Quinn decides to carry him, and he's like, "You're gonna carry Batman all the way to Lex Tower," and she's like, "You don't think I would? You don't think I could?" So yeah.
Brainiac action figure. Still in box. Slightly used. Let's sell him to Toyman!
He's losing oxygen.
We cannot. I will devour him, remember? And then the pooping.
Come on, you already got to do the giant space shark thing. Let someone else have a turn.
Oh. You could have broken that.
You straight up executed the damn Batman.
And you got to say something cool before you killed Lantern. I'm thinking a plastic bag, some paw ointment. Then we insert Brain Man into... No, man.
What the hell are you four doing now?
I love how they give you like the
Brainiac. Relax, Lexi. Got him right where we want him. Shit.
He's dead.
I swear to God.
The data spike only works on a live target. Perhaps I can modify it in time for the next alien invasion.
Or perhaps I should use it on one of them.
Harkness, what are you doing?
Well, how else are we gonna get through all the doors on the Skull ship?
Oh, he's alive.
Waller out.
Well, she got to say something cool. Is the data spike meant to be doing that?
I would like one.
One of a kind, I'm afraid. It downloads a fragmented branch of Brainiac's network through Kaluan neurology. With a focus on non-recurring anomalies unique. With a focus on non-recurring anomalies unique to each dimension.
So, we get to play with a bunch of cool shit from alternate universes, and then what? Retire?
Once you've defeated all 13 Brainiacs? Yes.
You mean 12?
A kill list. We can work with that.
What is going on? Glowing lens is supposed to cause intense amount of pain? Yeah. And the data spike is still alive.
Oh, you guys!
They'll work on it. Woo! Story completed! So I'm guessing, like, that's that, and then we were gonna have, like, long-ass, expansions. Honestly, I like the opening bit of this game was honestly fun. The four characters, I think it worked out really well just seeing this like quick slideshow for a moment of the like just fighting over this fucking nano machine thing. Adonis, well, Thomas Godin, Laura Heffler, Luke Hodges for the RPG design team. Story, meanwhile, Stephen Hill and Ian Ball. You could have done better for Batman Superman second, I'm gonna be real with you. Claire, production, outsource management, AI and bot team. Oh, they were kind of alright. animation code, audio code, DevOps, RPG, combat mechanics. Good work, Adam Dahl. Oh yeah, and there's Alright, if I skip all this...
Metropolis, this is Lois Lane. From all reports, it seems that Batman is... gone. As Batman and as Bruce Wayne, everyone knew him. Everyone knew his voice. Always prepared, he left a communication with the Daily Planet in the event of... well, it reads, "When I put on the cowl, it became a symbol. But I never stopped being Bruce Wayne, citizen of Gotham. Remember that we are all handed adversity in our lives. No one's journey is easy. It's how we handle that, how we help others, that makes us unique. That's what the Batman will always stand for. Metropolis will get through this. And Batman, goodbye.
I wonder if...
You will be missed, but never forgotten."
Yeah, that's why they had the little extra thing. It really calls back to... Yeah, it calls back to the 1990s adventures of the Batman animated adventures. So, yeah, I definitely got that, especially because, like, it was using Ken Conroy. I feel like that segment there...
A score like this...
I feel like there should have been one for, like... Love that they did it for Kevin Conroy. I probably would have liked something like that for after each of the different, like, Justice League members, like, later within the story and such.
G'day, beautiful.
That's the only...
Got a mean streak for an inanimate object, don't ya?
Alright, so we got... Penguin's bonus. That's Toyman's. And then... When used as a non-affiliation, does no damage, but enemies hit by it are sent vertically up in the air in slow motion. Oh.
Good for you, buddy. Want a sticker?
Alright, so now it's in the post-game sort of stuff.
You're going to strike the Terminot production facility on Earth 2. Luther believes there's still valuable material you can recover.
The fight against Brainiac will continue in Season 1 and
What's his
beyond.
bloody Earth? Why doesn't he go? Hello?
So, from the looks of it...
Ah, she hung up.
That's Joker all the way on the left there.
Let us begin.
That looks like Mr. Freeze. I don't know who this person is. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. It could be Firefly for all I know. But this one, the last one, like all the way... That one right there, that one's Deathstroke.
Task Force X.
Black Manta? Oh, maybe Black Manta.
This new Luther's got you doing. Don't forget, we got a war at home, too.
Prepare for your challenges in finite crisis. Raise your mastery levels or new unique infamy sets that will change how you play. The higher you go, the harder the challenge. Cool. New support squad missions, killing time, Metropolis invasions, mutators, notoriety items, Bane infamy sets. Yep, because Bane is now the thingy-majiggy. And incursion.
Task Force X, you're going to strike the Terminot production facility on Earth 2. Luther believes there's still valuable material you can recover. It's a risk I'm willing to take.
What's his bloody Earth? Why doesn't he go?
Bane infamy set. So, Bizarro, Undeath Ray, Black Mask's Bulletstorm, Target Priority, Heat Wave, Hugo Strange's Specialization, Turtle Shell, Two-Face's Persuader, Jinx's Unlucky Coin, Merlin's Token, and the Turtle's Still Force Conduit. After afflicting 5 enemies with the same affliction, you are now immune to damage from enemies afflicted by that affliction. Turtle shell. When you hit at least one enemy with an you are immune to all damage for size. Reach up to a maximum 15. That's just pretty cool. To every melee on a crate says if you drop either live grenade or grenade ammo at the enemy's feet. Every hit on a crate. Yep, 50%, 50%. Jinxes. I don't know who Jinx is. The head shape looked like his helmet. Okay, it's possible. But yeah, I don't know who Jinx is. You gain 750 increased damage to a specific affliction for 20 seconds. It rotates through the available afflictions in the following order. Diablo, Deep. So, Fire, Freeze, Electric, and Venom. You also gain 250 increased damage to afflicted. Merlin's Token. Some of these are cool. And then, yeah, the Turtle's Still Force Conduit. Each second spent standing still adds a stack of Still Force Conduit, and each second spent moving removes a stack. Adds a stack to the Speed Force Exhaustion. Still Force Conduit increases damage reduction by 5%. Speed Force Exhaustion increases damage done by 50% per stack. Each effect can stack up to 10 times. And adds a stack. Still Force Conduit increases damage. Oh, okay. I see how that one works then. That's cool. She's the girl that... Oh, okay. She's the girl that causes bad luck. Alright, good to know. So, the Finite Crisis. Cool. And that's our guys.
Hello?
I've been monitoring the Skull ship since your little dust-up with Brainiac.
The worst
It's
case
not
scenario
much,
is
but the ship
we all
is
die.
slightly out
Yeah, I
of
can't
Let
do
us
that.
begin.
Don't you see?
Conquer Elseworld missions. And we have
If you need some of the big words explained, just ask.
Melee is increased by 20% while airborne is increased against enemies within 10 meters. Hit and run tactics. Combo breaker build-up rate is reduced by 25. Critical hit chance is increased by for every 10 meters between you and your target. Doesn't exactly tell us something.
I like to think that the demon bat would approve of my applications here. How are you feeling? Did my minions strike fear in you?
All that saying that city's gonna make me look soft.
Boomerang, I'm offering you the same power that I extended to your world's Superman. Don't reject the best deal you're going to get. You animals become so delightfully vicious when you're cornered, heartless.
Thanks for your patience, innocent bystanders. Good luck!
How long will the ship stay like that? What? Oh. I don't see Brainiac pausing the invasion for some spot repairs on this.
Try your biggest film. I'm bloody massive.
We have saved many lives today.
Because they said it was like a... Hi there, Minty Fresh. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright.
Metropolis, Brainiac's skull ship has suffered heavy damage. Damage, I'm told, caused by none other than the Suicide Squad. And to give us some background on...
I guess my next question is the fact that they've given us 13 Brainiacs instead of, like, just sort of saying, oh, there's an infinite number of Brainiacs, does that mean there's a finality to this game? Where it's like, oh, we're only going to get 13 seasons. And that's it. Or 12 in this case. You're doing work and work is slow? Fair enough.
Step in that ongoing battle.
You explained to me earlier that Brainiac is still alive. Could you elaborate?
Now, thanks to Luthor ingenuity and the Squad's singular skills, we've destroyed a vital aspect.
Okay, so I need 1,000. My wallet says 3,000. To walk in a park. My reward is 3 thingy-madiggies. Paying attention gives me bonus stuff. And then masteries give me... Complete each incursion at the highest available difficulty to unlock more masteries. Okay. So... Loadouts and talents cannot be changed during a mission. So I've reached the end of it. I think this is all post-game stuff right now, is what all this is. So, ooh, sending a signal, world's unfair, Bane's infamy sec for neck bomb and luck charms. Tier 3 rewards unlocked. So it's now at like sort of the end game kind of. So this is now like post-story stuff, where it has like, you know, the infinite Earths and what have you. But what's interesting is... Excuse me, nose. What's interesting is that they've made it so that, like, in this nexus, so to speak, we've only eliminated, we've eliminated, like, one Brainiac, like, ours, from the main story. But there's 12. Like, there's 13 in total, which means there's 12 left. Hang on, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yep, 12. So I'm curious if whether or not, like, Rocksteady is, like, you know, whatever the press is and whatever is going to be like, yeah, we're going to keep on releasing seasons until we get through the 12. So, because I'm kind of hopeful for them. I'm kind of hopeful for them that they've going to continue on work on releasing more of these things, because, you know, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth that they stick to their guns and such, especially for those that are interested in this game as, like, probably more wholeheartedly than I am. I'm fairly okay with it. I don't know if I'm going to be a huge fan of it, of, like, you know, keeping up with it month by month or something like that. But I certainly want to, like, you know, when I have free time, play into it, I think. Hey, trophies! One shot, it's all I need. Which was reaching level 20 with Deadshot. Earn the full Tier 1 Infamy set, earn the full Tier 2, reach level 20. Play 9 days in a row, reach level 20, play 6 days in a row. Okay, so there's a benefit. Hey, Argus approve. They said we couldn't do it. We said we wouldn't do it. But look at us now. We finished the story. Use notorious items alongside your infamy set. Have your call-out routine interrupted by the flash. How did I miss that pin? I swear I would have... So yeah, that's King Shark. Alright, so that's all the overall damage stuff. Nothing in the Afflict. Shield Harvests. Picking up credits, so that's the XP gain. Okay, interesting. Oh, and collecting rewards.
If I were you, I would spend it all on flowers and snacks. Yeah.
Simply put, we killed one of his bodies. Together, the squad and I will crush that petty tyrant's mind. My friends in Metropolis, and anyone who can hear this broadcast, the war continues. But humankind will win.
About your injuries, could you
I
tell
must
us
get
a
back
bit
to work,
more?
Miss Lane. Stay safe.
There you have it, Metropolis. Lex Luthor in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna leave it here. I think I'm gonna leave it here tonight. Because I'm gonna need to be awake in, like, less than 12 hours from now. I have another stream. I got another stream tomorrow. Is it not playing anything? Hang on a second. Ding. Dong. I need to call it here because I gotta go to sleep, and I also have to figure out, like, why my model is not doing what I thought it was going to do. So, because, like, I want to fix the hyperhimbo and dehimbo nonsense, because my shirt isn't doing its thing, and that's, you know, something I want to fix, especially since I've done some Blender, like, blend shape changes, so it might just be a case of me doing it all, like, doing the whole export, like, pipeline all over again, and having it in a fashion so that if I do make any changes to the FBX, it then goes out into the, it then goes out into the, VSF avatar. That's it. So, shouldn't be, like, impossible to do anything like that. Before everyone leaves, however, let's have a look and see who is still online, and whether there's anyone fun to go and raid into. Let's see. Nobs is doing VR stuff. Trumpet Collins. Ooh, Quent looks to be starting something. How far is Quent into this thing? Oh, they're just starting. Nice. Alright, it looks like they're gonna start in about a minute, so this should be a fun thing to, like, interrupt their flow. We're gonna go raid into Quent. What's gonna be our raid message? Actually, you know, it's just gonna be Himbo Squad Raid. That is gonna be our raid message, is Himbo Squad Raid. If there's any emotes you think would be appropriate for the raid message, you're welcome to use those. I'm gonna use my ones. Ding dong. Let's get ready for this raid. And I will be back online in about 12 hours. I've got an MMO to play. I have a lot of MMO to play. So, because I'm going to be going through what's-a-mahoozies. Final Fantasy XIV. I'm currently at Shadowbringers. Hi there, Fizz! I'm so sorry you're catching me as we're about to go raid into a, into another streamer shortly. We're gonna go raid into Quent, because it looks like they're gonna be doing some sort of... What's the game called? Phantom Abyss? No idea what that game is, so... But, yeah, they're just starting, and we're gonna go raid into them, and we have a raid message. You arrive, and then you leave. I love those animated emotes, though. I'm so sorry for you coming in and such like that, so... But, yeah, I'll be online in about 12 hours, and I'm going to be playing an entirely different game. So for now, I'm going to be double checking my model. I'm going to be going to sleep. For everyone else, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. It was a wonderful experience. I'm glad I was able to get through Suicide Squad. It's an overall okay game, to be real with you. I wasn't 100% on how they dealt with Batman and Superman, and like the ending of Batman and the boss fight with Superman, but otherwise it was a fun game, and I'll hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now.